landscape and sky, bracken and heather, and gritstone tor.
Setting up of places of execution is a really kind of common thing in England.
An abandoned place, lost in the black earth, lost in the Dark Age.
Flipping heck. This is miles.
From the ancient world to the medieval, can any trace remain? An earth rampart, a cold stone wall, a frontier fortress, or a folly? The mystery of Wark. The medieval world, the 5th to the 15th century. Tim Sutherland is one of Britain's most experienced archaeologists. He and a team of specialists try to understand medieval life by exploring the realm of the medieval dead.
We have a classic view of the storybook medieval life. We don't hear the stories about the common man trying to keep his family alive. Archaeologically speaking, we can now focus in on the medieval dead people. You couldn't help almost look through their eyes thinking, what did they see? How did they die?
Of all the landscapes of Britain in the medieval period, the hills and uplands were the most remote places. From Cornwall to Scotland, the great moors, fells or heaths reached for scores of miles, dividing the more populated areas like inland seas. Few people lived there, fewer still travelled through them. Forbidding and dangerous, they were lands at the periphery of society, the home of robbers and bandits, or worse. The uplands were places of folklore and superstition, places that were unknown, uncomprehended, and to be feared. Tombs and burial mounds, standing stones and henges, castles and hill forts, uplands like the north of England and the Peak District. On the moors to the west of Sheffield lies a site which baffles archaeologists. Wark is said by some to be like no other place in Britain. Its appearance is unusual, foreboding, monumental, unique. It's known as a hill fort, an enclosed outcrop looking out over the Hathersage and Burbage moors. But it's a fort which doesn't seem to belong to any one period in history. When it was made, or who made it, and why, is all unknown. It's even possible it's not a fort at all. Was it for refuge, or ritual? A fortress, or a burial place? Very little is known for sure. Surprisingly, for a site of its impressive size, hardly any archaeology has been carried out there. The most commonly heard theory about Wark's origin is that it's a hill fort which dates to the very earliest part of the Middle Ages. From the end of the Roman occupation in 410 AD to the Norman invasion of 1066, the period of Britain's history is known as the Dark Ages.
It's called the Dark Ages for all sorts of reasons. The main one really is the lack of sort of written evidence that we have from the earliest part of the post-Roman period. So the 5th and 6th centuries and into the 7th century, with very, very little really in the way of explicit documentation or written evidence.
But this perception began to change through the late 20th century, after a series of startling archaeological discoveries. Perhaps the best known of these was Sutton Hoo in East Anglia, with its stunning finds from a great 7th century ship burial.
Things like the Sutton Hoo ship burial really turned people's minds around to thinking of this not just as a sort of a decline in social terms following the Roman setup, but actually see it as a kind of like a re-emergence of what then eventually becomes the unified kingdom of England by the 10th century.
We have a mental image of the Dark Ages, but in fact it's anything but. It's a sort of a misnomer in some ways, but it derives from the fact that we used to know very little about it. We have a huge amount of really good archaeology, some of the nicest jewellery, the gold work, the sort of flamboyant side of the things that we find. For example, at Sutton Hoo, it's really impressive and it's anything but what we would term dark.
Carl Wark might well date from the Dark Ages. Yet the written sources that do remain to us from these times, like the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, contain no known mention of the place. On such an apparently strong and powerful site, history is, so far, silent. It makes it hard for archaeologists to make a straightforward judgment.
Carl Wark's a complete enigma. I think we could probably place it in the Anglo-Saxon period, but it's an odd one.
When I look at Carl Wark, I see somewhere which is quite a foreboding place, and it doesn't fit neatly into another archaeological type site. So maybe that its sort of distinctive, unusual configuration, its remoteness, because it's not that easy to get to, and its slightly foreboding air has put a lot of archaeologists off from excavating it and investigating it.
The mystery of Carl Wark is something that's clearly engaged people's minds and thoughts for a long time. It doesn't fit into any known pattern, and so it becomes impossible to fix it in time, specifically, or in a culture, specifically. We just simply don't know who made it and when it was done, or why it was done. So that, to me, is the mystery of Carl Wark.
What we do know about Carl Wark begins with the geology. Bill Bevan worked in the Peak District National Park for 17 years, and he knows the area very well.
Carl Wark as a natural feature is a plug of quite harder gritstone. So when the gritstone was being eroded, due to rain, due to weather, such as wind, by the rivers, the softer beds of gritstone were washed away, turned into sand and grit. The harder beds were left standing. It's got sheer cliff edges on three sides, and it sort of joins the valley side at its western end. So it's a natural feature. It would have formed millions and millions of years ago, and as a feature in the landscape, it presumably attracted people's attention throughout thousands and thousands of years of human occupation of the Peak District.
Tim Sutherland has come to the Peak District to learn what he can about this enigmatic site. Local author and amateur archaeologist Mick Savage is from Sheffield, and he grew up just a few miles from here. He's always been fascinated by Carl Wark.
When you live so close to the Peak District and you see things like Mam Tor and you see things like the lead mines, and eventually you find somewhere like Carl Wark, or Wark, some people say, we always called it Wark, then it just intrigues you as to want to know why and who did it and how old is it.
He was so intrigued, in fact, that he wrote a book about it. It's still the only one in print which focuses solely on Carl Wark and its history.
I've always enjoyed writing, and I thought it's an ideal thing. And as you say, there were no other books I could find. I would look at the Ordnance Survey maps, always loved maps. You'd see that Gothic writing, fort and so on. And then it would be down to town, to Sheffield, to the archives. I used to spend a lot of time in the archives. And I think that's where I would really start to see some of the stuff that I included in the book, some of the references.
Mick's agreed to show Tim around and explain what's known about one of the Peak District's most mysterious historic sites.
When you look at Wark, it does ask you questions about your place in the world, I think. It's a bit like something out of an old western, you know, you're looking up at the canyon and you've got these maze and features, and that still strikes me now. And it's quite an emotional impact when you walk along the valley and you see these big fortress-like cliffs rising up. It's something that is a bit primeval, I guess, for somebody living in the 20th or 21st century. And if you see somebody then stand on the edge of it, it brings that feeling of grandeur, of a landscape that is a bit more special, a bit bigger than most of the places we live in England.
From Higator, looking down over Wark, it's a monumental landscape. It commands a view for miles to the south over the Peak District's Hope Valley. And from the south, Wark and Higator dominate the northern skyline.
So you start to see now the general size of it, its height.
It's certainly got more of a scale to it when you come up from underneath it like this.
It's certainly a strong position, if Wark's purpose truly was as a defensive fort. It sits atop a spur off the hanging valley beneath Higator. The natural steep slope bounds it on 3 sides, and on the 4th is Wark's most striking feature. A 40-metre stone rampart, banked with turf 8 metres deep. Made of boulders hewn from the very gritstone on which Wark sits. The wall would have been taller when it was built, a formidable defence which bars access to the natural plateau beyond.
So it's, especially this place, I mean, this is nearly 3 metres tall. I mean,
It
it's
is.
not a little wall, is it?
No, not by any means. And who knows where the original ground surface is here. Could be a metre down.
Yeah.
With a build-up here
Yeah.
of the soil and the turf. Shall we go and look at the entrance?
Excellent. Thanks.
The entrance is defended by 2 large semicircular bastions, like the barbican of a medieval castle. Inside there's a level area, the only obvious part of Wark where its conceivable buildings might once have stood. The rest of the interior is a maze of large earth-fast boulders, with seemingly little room for buildings, at least along the lines of conventional huts or roundhouses. An obvious place for a stronghold, yet with no features to tie it to any one era. It could have been made in prehistoric times, the Roman era, or the Middle Ages. It's an archaeological mystery that Mick has pondered for many years.
To local people living in Sheffield and the area around here, once you start to talk about something like Wark, say, yeah, it's always puzzled me, but doesn't it say it's Iron Age? Yes, it does on a plaque, but that doesn't mean that it really is.
It's not a classic hill fort, that's blindingly obvious, although elements of it look as though they are. This looks like a rampart, and yet you look on other parts and it's not like anything I've ever seen in terms of hill forts or defensive enclosures. But it just doesn't jump out at you what it is, does it?
No,
That's the problem with it.
No. Is this a meeting place from the Bronze Age? It could be. It could be the place where people gathered for meetings, who knows? So then you step forward in time, and you come into the Iron Age, which is what this tended to be thought to be, because Iron Age equals hill fort. We've looked at the features, it's got a few of them. You've already said it's not got all of them. And then along come the Romans. If this was occupied at that time as a defensive hill fort, the Romans would not have left it alone. Could it have been built in that period in between when the Romans left?
So in the sort of what everybody calls the Dark Ages,
The Dark
post-Roman
Ages,
period.
and so on, and beyond there. We are on the border, the Mercia-Northumbrian border, and literally on that border there was all kinds of problems and strife until there was a truce. So it could have been something to do with that border. This remains an enigma.
Yep.
Enticing though they are just theories.
The big problem really with trying to get a handle on what Wark was about, when it dates from and what it was used for, is that there's no real evidence archaeologically. And that's not unusual because most sites, most hillforts, hilltop enclosures in the Peak District have not been excavated or have only been excavated to a really small amount. When we look at Wark and we try and say, well, it's going to be one period or another, it was a hill fort or it was a refuge or a ceremonial, we're really starting from a blank canvas. And anybody who tries to say it was one thing or the other is really speculating. It is a real enigma, basically.
Nothing has ever been found here to give even a vague historical date as to when it was built, nor even its use for any purpose at all beyond the last few centuries. Who built these walls and then vanished into time, leaving no trace? There's no evidence so far, but that doesn't mean nobody's tried to find any. In England, every county archaeology unit has its own SMR, a Sites and Monuments Record. Tim's in Sheffield to have a look at South Yorkshire's SMR. He's heard it contains details of some archaeological work carried out at Wark many years ago. Perhaps there's some information here that will help, something that was missed before.
We've only been in existence since 1974, more or less, but there's been interest in the site for a lot longer than that. And we've collected what we can together. There's no doubt other stuff, but this is what we've got, so I can talk you through this. It's an important site, it's an impressive part of the landscape, and people have been interested in it for a long time.
The earliest mention of Wark is by local antiquarians of the 19th and 18th centuries.
There's Hayman Rook, did a walkover survey of the site. We've got a few copies of pages from his notebook in here.
Among the files, Zach has found the record of the only known archaeological dig to take place at Wark, just after the Second World War in 1950.
In 1950, a chap called Simpson put a trench through the turf wall. I've got the diagram in here.
All right, yeah. Which is what you want to know, is how what's the wall and the rampart made of? So he says it's basically turf and stone revetment.
There's no report from Simpson's dig, no record of anything he found in the way of artifacts, just the illustrations of where he dug, his trenches, which oddly changed direction. Perhaps Simpson was searching for evidence of buildings in the open area inside the wall.
Yeah, that's right.
Come up with definitive evidence, has he really, as far as we know?
Well, he's told us how the rampart was constructed, and like you say, there's little else, unless he got lucky and managed to find something else with his other trenches. But as far as I know, he didn't.
It's tantalising. Maybe Simpson kept notes, but they're lost to us now. The dig plans give us something to go on, though. They'll help us put together a case to reinvestigate the archaeology and hopefully carry out a new survey at Wark. It's a scheduled ancient monument, and so, as ever, it will take time for the necessary permissions. Meanwhile, what parallels are there for Wark in the Peak District? If it were much earlier than the Dark Ages, are there other places which have similar characteristics? The description, Hillfort, often leads us to think Iron Age. If there's one site in the Peak District that's the epitome of a hill fort of the Iron Age, it's Mam Tor. It's just 10 miles from Wark, but a world away in scale and design. The deep banks and ditches enclose a hilltop fortress over 1,000 metres in circumference. Many platforms have been found, and there were perhaps dozens of buildings here once, enough to house a large population in safety during times of crisis. Wark is completely different to Mam Tor.
Most Iron Age hill forts, quite big sites. They've got evidence for occupation inside them. They're an enclosed settlement of some sort. People were enclosing them either because they had to defend their settlement due to warfare, a bit like the nuclear deterrent of the time, or it was about status. They're shown off. You know, whoever's the leader of that tribe, the chieftain or whatever, can mobilise lots of people to build some big ramparts, some big banks and ditches. That's saying, look, I'm fairly boss, I can control all these people. You know, I'm an important man, you don't mess with me.
Wark has the feeling of something more workmanlike, more improvised, and there's no known spring or well, so it probably couldn't have supported a large population for long.
Mam Tor, in the Peak District, not far away, as we said, is built around a spring. So if that's the interpretation of hill forts, defended settlement, you'd be quite happy living on Mam Tor. You've got your water supply. That doesn't happen with Wark. So that really questions, can it be a hill fort in the normal sense of an Iron Age hill fort?
There are other sites in the Peak District with walled enclosures that might not be hill forts as such. Gardham's Edge, a few miles away near Baslow, has been dated to the Bronze Age, but what the walls enclosed is unknown. Perhaps it was for some ritual or ceremonial purpose. The problem with this and other sites in the peaks is the same. Where are the dead?
These acidic soils rot anything organic. So whether that's metal, or whether it's iron, whether it's human bone, animal bone, leather, cloth, etc., which really reduces what we can find and what survives from the past. On the whole, the only way that the dead survive in this landscape is if they were cremated first and put in a pit or a clay pot or a bag and buried together. The burnt bone survives. But otherwise, human internment in the form of skeletons just leaves no trace. Within a number of decades, those bones have just completely rotted away.
If people were buried within Wark's enclosure, probably very little will now remain. Now there's a chance to build on what's known so far. We've been granted permission to go ahead with new work. It's the first at Wark for more than half a century. By now the seasons have turned, so although the site isn't exactly remote, it's not easy to access. Everything has to be carried in on foot. The fast-flowing Burbage Brook and the steep, boggy terrain of the approaches demonstrate the strength of Wark's position. It's maybe another reason why few people have done much archaeology here. It's hard going to get all the kit onto site, but it's worth the effort to see the view.
Wow. Flipping heck. I can see for miles.
The gap in the weather won't last long. They have to get the survey going. No one has ever attempted geophysics at Wark, so it's a real first. The survey is aimed mainly at the area immediately within the stone rampart. It seems the most likely area where we might be able to find traces where buildings once stood. What Simpson was presumably looking for with his snaking trenches in 1950. And as part of the survey, we'll try to locate exactly where these trenches were. There are various factors to take into account. The depth of the soil here is unknown, and there are obviously a lot of boulders above and below the surface, so the rock may affect the magnetic signal. They'll use several techniques, along with the standard magnetometer. Emma tests the magnetic susceptibility, or mag-sus, of selected areas. This measures the soil's potential to become magnetised by, say, burning, so it can help identify possible hearths or rubbish fires. To cover wider areas more quickly, Chris uses the large aerial EM31. Not easy in driving wind on Carl Wark's exposed plateau. With such a short time on site, it will help him cover the ground. At the same time, we'll carry out a photogrammetry survey using an aerial drone. From this, we'll hopefully create a 3D terrain model of Carl Wark. It's the first time for this as well. It's a lot to get done, and Carl Wark can be an unforgiving place when the weather closes in. This is the Peak District's eastern extreme. Carl Wark is a sentinel on the edge of the hills. This is border country. It may have always had some importance because of its proximity to this border zone, which goes back at least to Roman or late Iron Age times. But whether as a fort, settlement, meeting place, or sacred place, we can't tell. To us now in 21st century Britain, the most significant period in this story of the borderlands is the Dark Ages. From the late 6th and early 7th centuries, this was the frontier between Mercia and Northumbria, powerful and competing kingdoms.
There is evidence that the Peak District was under the influence of the Mercians and under the influence of Northumbrians at different time, and that the Northumbrians sent Christian missionaries down to the Peak District because it was a pagan Mercian area. And you also get the stone crosses, which were built as sort of wayside preaching crosses or as boundary markers.
Anglo-Saxon Britain is a period which fascinates archaeologist Andrew Reynolds.
It's a really interesting period to study because it tells us about all sorts of aspects of the development of human societies. So we can look at things like the emergence of kings and kingdoms. We can look at things like the emergence of legal frameworks, legal apparatus, judicial activity. We can look at the emergence of towns and villages. So, for example, much of what you see in the modern English landscape has its roots in the Anglo-Saxon period.
Andrew sees Carl Wark as being similar to many other fortifications in Britain from this period, which seem to utilise distinctive features in frontier areas.
The kind of form of the fortification up here finds its best parallels really in what we call either the Dark Ages or the early Middle Ages, in a series of fortifications which are very similar to those built in the Iron Age. And again, we tend to find these in northern Britain, in Wales and down in southwestern Britain. So in terms of its parallels, it really finds its best comparisons in the Iron Age or in the early medieval period. It's perfect for controlling movement in and out of the region. We know it's a border area. It marks this sort of a very, very marked transition in the nature of the landscape. The geology changes, the soil types change, the vegetation changes, and given the nature of the topography, there are only a few ways that you can safely or easily traverse this landscape. And Carl Wark sits absolutely smack bang in the middle of one of the freest routes of passage across this particular patch of ground. Wherever people travel across borders, you find powerful expressions of state-like institutions.
The main roads which today enter the peaks near Carl Wark are all relatively recent. The now disused Houndkirk Road was an 18th century road from Sheffield.
So this is the routeway into Sheffield from here, 7 miles away.
It probably followed the line of earlier routes, which must have passed near Carl Wark since at least Roman times.
See, one of the things that you'd expect in a region like this, if you're crossing from one kingdom into another, is a gallows. And from the 7th and 8th centuries AD, you find setting up of places of execution is a really kind of common thing in England. It makes you fully aware that you're passing from one political territory into another. So given the importance of this particular region, a major routeway, a fortification possibly of that period, this is exactly where you'd expect those kinds of territorial markers to be. So building a fortification like this sends out a very powerful political statement. So in some ways you don't even have to occupy it. If you've got sort of your enemies up to the north, you're setting up something which is staring them right in the face.
Yeah, and basically what it's saying is somebody is here. It is not an open landscape. Something is here, we have constructed it, we are strong enough to do this, and it is an exhibition of how powerful, even in this border region that we are in. That's how determined we are that this is our border. So anybody coming from a distance would come to this area and think, something is changing here.
And it's a very, very powerful way of expressing your dominance of a region at the margins of your territory. So this is why these early kingdoms set up things like gallows, defences, they dig great big banks and ditches and so on. And especially when you set that in the context of emerging kingdoms, they're trying to kind of forge large-scale identities, and the way that you can do that is just start to map out the landscape. You start to name it in very, very distinctive ways.
And they attempt to control it.
Yeah.
To fortify, strengthen around the borders, so that anybody coming from afar will think, now we have to deal with these people who are capable of doing this.
By now, the results of the survey are ready. It's taken time to get a handle on all the data, but it's been worth it. The photogrammetry reveals the natural promontory on which Wark sits, dominating the valley below. The natural steep sides of the eastern flank, and the low but neatly stone-reinforced western wall. The huge northern rampart, still impressive in its size and strength. Despite the tough conditions during the survey, the team were able to cover a large area within and around the enclosure. As expected, the rocky geology has affected the data, but not too badly. They've successfully located the trenches explored by Simpson in 1950. But like Simpson, they haven't managed to locate any obvious remains of buildings or other archaeological features. It's still a huge leap forward in research into Wark, and the data will hopefully help with future archaeology. But the results have brought up some unexpected points.
We've also got some linear features that seem to cross from one side to the other. There's one there and there's one there, but they're not definitive as in a definite ditch. So there's some sort of linear aspect to that, as if there's something there, but we don't know whether it's man-made or whether it's natural. It just could be just a cleft in the natural rock. So again, it's nothing positive.
Perhaps most interestingly, the MAG has revealed some surprising data.
We've got these really weird anomalies like this area around there, where it looks to be heavily magnetic with a sort of a halo of white round it. So there's one there, a very large one, but there's also smaller ones there, and there's something there. Now, some of these are definitely magnetic, or rather ferrous metal iron anomalies.
The distribution is similar to surveys Tim's seen of some battlefields. We know that iron doesn't survive in the ground here from ancient times due to the acid soil. If so, what else has been going on at Wark from more recent periods? Over the last few centuries, or even decades, different activities may have left ferrous metal in the soil. Quarrying, millstone working, even climbing and tourism have probably left their traces. During his work in the area, Bill Bevan noticed some strange marks on boulders. They're all over Wark. No one seemed to know how they got there.
I'm trying to think, well, what could have made that? It clearly hasn't got the nice form of prehistoric rock art, so it didn't look like it was deliberately made by hand, but it clearly wasn't natural either. It looked a bit like, well, when I first sort of thought, it looks like a fossilised bomb explosion. What could be creating that?
When he interviewed older people from the area, Bill found out what had gone on here on the moors around 70 years before. The whole area had been a training ground for the army in the Second World War.
One of the guys I spoke to had trained in the area, and he talked about firing mortars from Burbage Rocks towards Wark. What they would do, they would try and target a big earth-fast boulder and try and hit that with the mortars. And that's when it struck me that these are the scars of a mortar shell explosion. It's hit the rock, it's gouged out some of the boulder and left this, random pattern. And when I realised that, everything started to fit into place.
British and Canadian paratroopers trained here before the D-Day invasion of 1944. Major Paul Oldfield served with the British Army for 25 years. He can help interpret the way the Army used the area in preparing soldiers for combat. The realism of firing live ammunition was essential, with mortars and other weapons.
Well, it's quite a small area, but actually it's perfect for low-level infantry training. So if you are live firing in this area, anything that misses the targets is going to disappear into one of those hillsides, so you can actually stop it.
Is this the sort of training you would have undertaken when you first started out?
Yeah, and it's very much the same as basic recruits will do nowadays. And you can see just over there, we're just coming up to one of the rocks. It quite obviously has been engaged.
That's a cracker.
Clearly been used as a target, yeah. And judging by where the holes are, this is not an explosion from some kind of ordnance. These are bullet holes because of the pattern they're in. So looking at where these strikes are, if you look the other way, Tim, and then work out where the fire came from, well, there's all sorts of possibilities. You've got the near ridge here, probably about 150, 200 metres away. But on the other side of the track, of course, you've got that long spur running up to Wark. That's probably 500, plus the one beyond it. And of course, the wide open ground to the left of the road there. All that is within visual range of this rock.
It's quite impressive, though, the distance.
If that is 550 or so, we'll have a look at the map in a minute. I reckon I could still hit that.
That's pretty impressive.
That was a pretty good shot.
The bullet-scarred rocks are all around the valley, evidence of the intense battle training. The whole area was one big shooting range.
That's quite impressive up there. There's no denying that.
Absolutely. Obviously, given that pattern, there must be something physical there for people to fire at.
I would have thought so, yeah.
And given the angle that the bullets have actually hit, it looks to me very much like they were coming actually from Wark itself, which is what? So it's probably 700 metres away from here, at least. But they've hit direct onto the rock. There's no it ricochets off and all the rest of it.
But one thing we don't know is whether that's individual fire one after the other, from different people, or whether that is a machine gun.
Difficult to say.
Multiple fire. Yeah,
it's difficult to say. Yeah.
But there are little separate areas, as if there's either different targets or they're aiming.
Sure. Yeah.
And even on the rocks over there, so it's not just one concentrated fire.
Yeah.
It's not just rocks that the troops were firing at. Beneath Wark, it seems that Burbage Valley's historic Packhorse Bridge made a useful target.
So you reckon there's some impact points on this bridge, do you?
Well, there's some.
Oh, yeah.
There's some by your feet there.
Right.
So you've got those two there. One, two. There's some down on these stones. So
and do all those ones down there, Tim, look like they've hit head on?
Yeah, I would say so. They're very circular rather than...
And that would indicate then the fire's coming from over there, basically that quarry where we've just come from.
Yeah,
very much so. Look, firing straight down this re-entrant onto an obvious objective for the infantry to go for. Yeah, it would be something worth seizing, an objective to give the infantry something to go for. Seizing a crossing point over a waterway is always important.
And amazingly, there's still evidence here.
And here's your proof, look.
I can't believe that. Yeah, it's
incredible, isn't it?
All the water's washed this out. Look at them all. Yeah, actually in situ. There are actually some bullets, the bullet heads. And there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is right in front of us. There's one over there.
That's probably a tracer round that one.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we've got the evidence, we've got the physical evidence on the bridge, we've got the pock marks where the bullets have been hitting, we've got the actual bullets. And it's unbelievable, I can't believe it. And it's only recently because it's washed out with the rain and nobody's ever picked them up.
And as you say, these have definitely been fired because you can see the rifling marks on the bullets.
Yeah.
So they haven't just been lost.
Inside Wark, Tim shows Paul some of the many scars left by the mortar explosion.
This plateau is littered with these strikes, and they're quite distinctive when you see them. There's one there. So we're going to have a look at this one. You see there, it's it's got a centre and it's got the splash marks.
Yeah, we're looking at where the main impact point is and where the wings of shrapnel have come off it. It looks very much like it was fired from that direction. I mean, if this was a 2-inch mortar, that would be very much extreme range. So it could have been in this dead ground over there, or perhaps it was a 3-inch mortar, which would reach here no trouble at all.
But they're aiming up here, aren't they? They're obviously
Yes,
aiming at
yeah.
this. If you line them up, there are lines that seem to go this way.
Okay.
As if they are from, a certain location.
So they're firing from one location and then just increasing or decreasing
increasing
the
or
range?
decreasing, yeah.
Right.
So that's interesting. We'll go and look at some more if you want.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
We've recorded the mortar impacts as part of our survey. In some cases, they show a possible line of fire, as the mortars fell short, long, or on target.
So we've got another example. This is a nice clear one again.
Oh yeah.
And also we've got one of the most famous parts of this monument. It's Kai's chair, and it's not that far off it.
Missed by 3 metres, yeah.
Yeah, so
This looks much more like a vertical impact, or much more vertical impact, because the spread of the shrapnel is much more even all the way around it.
Yeah.
So probably fired from fairly close in.
So it's coming
straight down.
vertically, yeah.
Absolutely, rather than the traditional 60-degree angle.
There are many bullet holes around the entrance, which suggests it was used for a practice assault. Just meters away inside is the area where Simpson excavated his oddly zigzagging trenches. Could some of these have been leftover slit trenches from this Second World War training? Simpson was here just 5 years after the war. It would explain the unusual layout. Remains of the training up here were noted for some years after the war. There's even a story about the wood that was planted at this time, known as the Great Britain Plantation.
Originally it was planned to be the shape of Great Britain. and the bit at the bottom you'll see is missing on the map, the bit that would be Devon and Cornwall, because it was sticking out onto this spur below us. And apparently they didn't plant there because there's so much unexploded ordnance, they felt it was too risky.
well, that's interesting. Yeah.
Now, whether that story's true or not, I don't know, but that is what I understand to be the case.
From the recent past to time immemorial, soldiers have passed in the shadow of Wark. But whether any fought or died here across the defences, no one knows. The place, its origin, and its purpose retain, across the centuries, a cloak of silence. There's no doubt, though, Wark sat astride a frontier for many years, and between many tribes and kingdoms. Just a couple of miles away, at the village of Dor, 2 armies certainly came this way, recorded in the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle. It was here, in the year 829 AD, that the Northumbrian king Eanred submitted to King Ecgbert of Wessex, who thus became the first overlord of all Anglo-Saxon Britain. And mercifully, for once the armies left without ever fighting a battle. A rugged land, rivalries and vendetta, scheming and intrigue,
Their politics were ferocious.
A time of art. A time of enlightenment. A time of war.
War is my business. Peace would ruin me.
Soldiers of fortune.
They fight for profit, not for glory. They fight to survive.
Armour and steel. The time of the knight.
You know, this is not covert warfare.
We want to do the 15th century armour some justice.
The scourge of medieval Italy. The dogs of war. The Condottieri. The medieval world. The 5th to the 15th century. Tim Sutherland is one of Britain's most experienced archaeologists. He and a team of specialists try to understand medieval life by exploring the realm of the medieval dead.
We have a classic view of the storybook medieval life. We don't hear the stories about the common man trying to keep his family alive. Archaeologically speaking, we can now focus in on the medieval dead people. You couldn't help almost look through their eyes thinking, what did they see? How did they die?
The Condottieri were the paid soldiers, the mercenaries of medieval Italy. Theirs was a world of constant warfare, the golden age of the armoured knight on horseback. It was a life of training, of pitched battles, and gallant cavalry charges, all against the backdrop of one of the richest settings of the entire medieval period. We'll explore the evidence, the battlefields, and track down the lost artifacts of the world of 15th century Italy, the world of the Condottieri. It was a time of change. After centuries of the Dark Ages, Europe was emerging and in many ways beginning to bloom in the Middle Ages. Art, architecture, science. The Renaissance took hold and blazed. Nowhere more so than the very crucible of this new cultural age. Italy in the 15th century wasn't a single country, more a region. It wouldn't be unified for hundreds of years.
Late medieval and Renaissance Italy has a very special attraction. It's got a magnetism, but it was an incredibly violent time as well. It was as medieval as the Middle Ages.
Beauty and violence. It's perhaps this contradiction that makes Italy so compelling. And it's in this volatile cultural climate that the world of the Condottieri came about.
I've always wondered when I think about medieval Italy. I mean, we look at the rest of Europe based on the feudal system, but Italy wasn't like that. And I've often wondered what it was really like. How did it all sort of come together? How did it come together to become one of the richest regions in Central Europe?
Medieval Italy was different to the rest of the continent. It was fragmented into small, though extremely wealthy, city-states in both north and centre, and of course the Papal States. This was incredibly complicated, complex, colourful, highly cultured and remarkably wealthy, sophisticated part of the world.
These powerful independent states in a relatively small region gave medieval Italy its distinct feel.
The heart of everything was the city. And in the earlier medieval period, the story was of these cities controlling just outside their walls, then a few villages beyond this, then the whole valley, then the trade routes to the next city.
But even then, each city-state was still riven with disunity. Competing factions vied for control, family against family.
This was the world of Romeo and Juliet, of the Montagues and the Capulets, rival families bidding for domination of the city and the power and the political prestige and the money from trade involved. It was really vicious political struggles, literally cutthroat.
If you found yourself in the wrong neighbourhood of a medieval Italian city, you watched your step. Families had to look after their own. Homes became fortresses.
Even within the city walls, there are other fortifications. The famous towers that survive in just a few parts of Italy, these were family fortifications. Because the politics was so ferocious and competitive, families who could afford it felt the need to have a fortification in case they had to quarrel with another family.
You couldn't rely on law enforcement to protect you. The city militias were as factional and corrupt as everyone else. Instead, families, merchants, anyone wealthy enough, took matters into their own hands. The stage was set for the Condottieri.
They haven't got a standing army. They're winding down the local militias because of political faction fighting. So they come to this conclusion then that we will actually employ outsiders, contractors, mercenaries.
The families got rich enough to think, well, this is a mug's game. Why don't I hire some mercenaries who'll do this dangerous job for me? And we get the beginning of professional soldiers, mercenaries, taking a leading role in Italian warfare.
Not knights pledging loyalty, nor feudal peasants fulfilling their oaths.
All of a sudden, you've got a system. You're paying somebody else to fight on your behalf, and these are mercenaries.
You see this system create itself over a couple of centuries from something that initially is quite ad hoc hiring of mercenaries, and then by, say, 1500, it is quite an elaborate system. It is embedded in political life. There are lawyers who are making their career actually facilitating this kind of a system.
The name by which these warriors for hire were known was peculiar to medieval Italy.
These mercenaries were led by people who had a contract with the city-state, the employer, a condotta, and they were therefore the condottieri. In other words, the condottieri was a military businessman who raised troops, having had a contract to do so from an employer, which was usually a city-state. That's what the word means.
Military contractors, just like the ones we hear about today.
You know, in the modern context, we look at wars of the 20th century. You know, you make the argument that the country that cannot support war economically will ultimately fail.
David Murphy of Ireland's Maynooth University lectures in military history and strategic studies. He sees the parallel between the condottieri of medieval Italy and the military contractors of 21st century warfare.
The fascinating thing about medieval Italy is that they're extremely rich, and you bring in outsiders that you will actually, and you will create and empower a military class, a military caste even, that you will buy in to do your military service.
Historians like David are able to gain a powerful insight into the world of the condottieri. Some of the contracts, the original condotta, still survive. They reveal a wealth of detail.
You see some of them still remain in places, the archives say it, in Milan and Florence, whatever else, and they're quite substantial, I mean physically substantial documents, because you have to get all this detail on before it was signed off.
The condotta was initially a simple agreement, securing military service for say 60, 90 days, in exchange for an agreed fee, usually paid monthly in Italian florins. Huge sums, 1,400 a month in 1360,
In questo momento preciso
1,600,
abbiamo bisogno di lui.
1,800 a month by 1420. With so much money involved, and clerks, negotiators, lawyers, it's no surprise that the contracts became ever more complex. Drawing them up was an occupation in itself.
You see them graduate and get much, much more complex. There will be clauses put in terms of, say, if people get injured, extra pay, what that extra pay will be. If you lose a limb, extra pay on top of that. So it gets very, very complex. And also in terms of, say, food that has to be provided, times of payment. So it goes beyond from just being a very simple kind of like text to quite an elaborate one.
Most of all, the condotta stipulated exactly what kind of assets the employer was buying. What kind of fighting forces.
The main parts were the elite, well-paid, extraordinarily well-equipped, fully armoured cavalry men-at-arms. They are the dominant element. They are the battle-winning element.
At least half of every Condottieri army was heavy cavalry. At no point in the medieval period was the armoured mounted knight more prevalent.
It's heavily armoured Italian knights fighting other heavily armoured Italian knights. That was the main way of fighting.
The knight and his horse is a powerful emblem, a mythological symbol to us now, representing a remote time, something more noble.
The medieval knight on horseback, it's such a powerful image. In medieval Italy, this was it. This was the guy. And of course, it was such a strong image that it's stayed with us until today.
The grim reality of warfare is the same for every fighting man throughout history. Yet somehow, the emblem of the mounted knight transcends this. Even for Wallace Collection Arms and Armour curator, Toby Capwell.
My first reaction after being, incredibly impressed by the image of fully armored knights on horseback was wanting to be one of them. I wanted to be a knight a long time before I wanted to be a curator.
Toby has been riding horses since he was 11, jousting in full armour for more than a decade. The relationship between armoured knight and horse fascinates him.
The horse informs and permeates every aspect of medieval life. The story of the knight is the story of his horse. It should be, chivalry, chevalerie means horsemanship. That's all it means. And a knight at his very heart is a horseman before he's a warrior. He's that as well, but a knight is nothing without his horse. Professional men-at-arms live with their horses, and they're with their horses practically all of the time. There are fabulous illustrations of mercenary captains marshalling their men-at-arms, getting ready for battle, and the horses are just stood around in the encampment. They're pegged right next to the tents where the guys sleep, and they're getting their horses ready before they've finished dressing themselves. So the horses are part of your team just as much as your other people are.
In Condottieri warfare, there was a huge emphasis on armoured horsemen. At least half of every force was heavy cavalry, and the country itself was well suited to fighting on horseback.
It made a lot of sense to fight on horseback in Italy for a number of different reasons. They have the great plains of Lombardy, which is perfect for cavalry operations. It's hot, the equipment is heavy, so fighting on horsebacks to minimize personal exertion makes a lot of sense.
On the battlefield, Condottieri cavalry fought in squadrons, 20 or 30 men abreast, ready to maneuver or charge in formation. An irresistible force.
They had that shock tactic, the ability to, cruise missiles, to just slam into the lines of their enemy. But heavy cavalry did a lot of other things too. They're very mobile on their horses. These are very high quality horses. They could get round an army. They could attack their opponents from the sides. And of course, they're elemental in pursuits and routes, taking prisoners, taking ransoms. That's all part of the business of warfare.
En masse, Condottieri cavalry might have been unstoppable, but individually, mounted men-at-arms were not self-sufficient. Each needed assistance, to maintain and operate in complex armour, let alone feed and water his horse. Because of this, a Condottieri force was made up of small but mutually supporting teams, often comprising just 3 men.
The basic 3-man system that was practiced in the late 14th and into the 15th centuries makes a lot of sense, because you've got your main armored man, who is the heavy hitter, but he needs someone to guard his sides and rear. When you're in the full armor, you can't see very much, you can't hear very much, you can't feel very much. You can hit really hard, and you've got a lot of power in the horse and in your equipment, but you need someone else who can be like your radar and be looking at the other direction and telling you a bit more about what's going on.
Above all, Condottieri knights had to practice. When they weren't in action on campaign, they had to train in order to survive on the battlefield.
To fight well in armor and to fight well on horseback is a full-time job. A good horseman needs to ride 3 hours a day, and a good fighter, a swordsman, a practitioner of the knightly fighting arts needs to train every day just as much as a musician has to practice every day. So this is a full-time job if you're going to be good at it, and that's why, it's one of the reasons why knights and fully armored men-at-arms got paid more than everybody else.
As well as horses, Condottieri commanders needed the best equipment their employers could afford. Most of all, this meant arms and armour.
Across Europe at this period, we see there's a huge emphasis on development of armour. The Condottieri themselves fight battles not for glory, they fight for profit, they fight to get a result, they fight to survive. So with that in mind, they are willing to invest in armour development.
Italian armour is generally considered to be some of the best available in the medieval period. In that respect, it's probably reached its zenith. It's the top of its game.
The Wallace collection is one of the largest and most important in the United Kingdom. It contains more than 2,000 objects, with many of the finest and rarest examples remaining now anywhere.
Italy is the golden age of men in full plate armor, no doubt about it. Well, certainly from a visual and sensory perspective, all these armors are very highly polished, so you'd have a blaze of reflections in the hot Italian summer. This is not covert warfare. This is the most honest, upfront, and immediate form of warfare you can imagine.
The helmet was one of the most important pieces of armour. It not only protected the Condottieri, but dehumanized him to an opponent, increasing his psychological impact. By the late 15th century, the Condottieri wore the best helmet ever developed for the mounted knight, the armet.
Italian knights of the Condottieri of this period were so closely associated with this helmet. The armet was defined by having these hinged cheek pieces. And this is an ingenious design because they can open up to accept the wearer's head, and then they lock closed around the lower face. So the whole helmet is really enclosing the whole head very closely, very, very well fitted, and getting all of this shape and getting this helmet to work is technically extremely difficult. This is really the best technology of the time.
But it wasn't just the helmet. The Condottieri spent most of their time while employed on campaign wearing their armour. So they wanted the best protection, the most practical, the most comfortable, and of course the most prestigious they could afford.
Italian armour of this period is like a Lamborghini. It's beautiful. It appears simple. It does the business. It's a classic example of where something being entirely functional comes across as supremely beautiful because you can see that it works.
Original medieval armour is uncommon enough. Italian medieval armour is extremely rare.
All 15th century armor is rare. I mean, almost nothing survives. Far less than 1% of everything that was made in the 15th century survives. I mean, literally hundreds of thousands of complete knightly armors were produced in Italy in the 15th century, and 13 survive?
Of the very few armours that now exist, most have been preserved due to sheer fluke. A number of these in particular survived through an amazing story of detective work. Author and historical researcher David Nicol owes much of his interest in the medieval period to the work of his father. Patrick Nicol was also a writer, but he was best known for his work as an historical illustrator. One of his colleagues was an important figure of the arms and armour world in the 20th century, Sir James Gow Mann. Sir James had an illustrious career. He'd been the director of the Wallace collection, and he'd played his part in one of the most astonishing discoveries of historic armour. In the 1930s, he visited a small village outside Mantova in northeastern Italy. Now David Nicol wants to fulfill an ambition of long standing, and in a way, to tie up a loose end some 3 decades old.
The sanctuary of Santa Maria della Grazie, it's Our Lady of Mercy, Gratitude. It's an important religious centre, but it's not a place that many people come and visit. This is not a touristic area, but it is important for those who are interested in the history of armour. Indeed, my father always wanted to come here, never was able to do so, so I feel in a strange way I'm doing it for him.
It's a medieval sanctuary of the Franciscan order of monks, and it's home to a unique collection.
I think this is amazing. This is amazing. I had no idea. I feel inclined simply to say, wow.
Faces stare down from the walls. Faces enduring suffering. The condemned, the hopeless, the lost. The many dozens of mannequins are hundreds of years old, dating back to medieval times and after.
This is a quite extraordinary place. I wanted to visit here for many, many years, but I had no idea it was quite so remarkable as this. I have never seen anything quite like it before.
To modern eyes, they're more than unusual. They're grotesque, bizarre. But they're not all horrific. They're representations of people from all walks of life. Men, women, rich and poor, clergymen, soldiers. Each represents a soul saved. The figures are expressions of thanksgiving.
They all tell a story. They are all donated by some person who was grateful for being saved from a sickness, disease.
Sir James gazed up at these figures, just as many generations had done before him, each of them costumed as the person would have been in life. Realistically crafted in papier-mâché or wax. Maybe, some thought, a little too realistically. There were mannequins here depicting medieval knights in full armour.
They looked at these statues without realising that some of them weren't, in fact, statues. They're actual, unique suits of armour, extraordinarily rare and beautiful things covered in paint and dust and quite difficult to see. And that is, in a sense, where the story of these armours really began.
Several extremely rare armours, complete suits, had lain under the noses of the locals here for centuries. The armours were carefully taken down for restoration. the wax and paint had to be painstakingly removed, almost like archaeology.
I have to say, if my father had been able to come to this place, he would have been bowled over by it.
But where did the rare suits of armour go? David will follow the trail to see for himself. Medieval Italian armour is rare now, but in the time of the Condottieri, it was produced on an almost industrial scale. The workshops of northern Italy would have been dark and noisy places, as the smiths worked at feverish paces to keep the Condottieri men-at-arms equipped.
It's one thing to appreciate the armour for the quality and the workmanship, but what's it like to actually make? What about the people that made it? What was it like to be a medieval armourer? Beating sheet metal day in, day out. The heat, the grime, the strength to do this hour after hour, day after day. It takes an unbelievable amount of strength. And sometimes you wonder whether you're capable of doing such a thing. So I wondered what it would be like to go and have a go myself.
To do this, Tim heads to Chesterfield in Derbyshire. He's come to a 21st century armour workshop, the home of White Rose Armouries.
Nice to meet you,
White
Dave
Rose
Hewitt.
Armouries.
Excellent. Hey, shall some brew before we start?
Kettle's on, mate.
Dave Hewitt is a 21st century master armourer.
So Dave, how long have you been doing this?
For my sins, 32 years now. I used to be an accountant and I hated it. So I were into reenactment and I couldn't afford any armour, so I found some scrap road signs and decided to make my own. So my armour had got give way and all sorts of stuff inside on it. And I made it in my bedroom and it put a strain on me marriage sort of thing. So.
But 3 decades on, Dave's work is now among the most sought after in Europe. He makes armours for museums, collectors and reenactors.
I wanted to make good stuff. I didn't just want to do it as a job, because I don't think you could do this as a job. This is a calling almost.
Over the years, Dave has taught himself the skills that were used in the guild-protected workshops of 15th century Italy.
Today, I mean, you've got me and a couple of lads working in this little armoury here. It was nothing like that. I mean, they reckon Misaglia brothers in Italy had got permanent staff, about 3,000 of them working. But then you've got your journeyman armourers, probably another 2,000-3,000 cottage industries, specialists making hinges, buckles. Can you imagine the amount of buckles that you'd require?
I've always been fascinated by armour because it's a piece of art in itself.
It is, of course it is. It's you're making an exoskeleton, you're making a living sculpture.
So, what are you going to get me doing today then?
We're going to make a simple breastplate with a placket, typical 15th century style.
One of the most vital pieces of a Condottiero's armour was his breastplate. It was usually in 2 overlapping sections. The placard was the lower piece.
You're going to make most of it and I'm going to watch you.
What Dave is aiming to do is to show Tim how to recreate the characteristic form and line of Italian armour. He's already marked out the basic pattern. A 15th century medieval workshop might have had some water-driven machinery, and they'd have used a charcoal furnace. For speed, Dave has modern power tools and gas fire. But the main way of creating the form of the armour hasn't changed in centuries. It's time for Tim to make some armour. The first process is called sinking. Under Dave's eye, Tim is stretching the metal into the convex shape that gives the armour its strength. Constant heating and beating keeps the steel malleable.
So there, isn't it?
Yeah. Let's just have a quick gander at it.
Tim's beaten out the depth of the basic shape. Now it's time for the next process, smoothing out the lumps and bumps left by the sinking. For this, he uses one of Dave's special bespoke hammers. It takes steady hammering and a feel for the metal to gradually flatten the surface out without losing the overall curve. It takes time. Medieval Italian workshops would have rung to the sound of hundreds of hammers like these. Condottieri forces were well served in armourers. Throughout the 14th and 15th centuries, Italian armour making grew to be internationally renowned. But how did this come about in such a small region?
One of the reasons, most basic reasons why Milan and that northern Italy became one of Europe's most important centers for the production of armor was the geography. If you look at what you need to make armor, obviously you need good sources of iron ore. You also need forests, though. You need forests for your fires that you're going to use to make the stuff. You need forests to make charcoal. You need charcoal, the carbon in charcoal, to make iron into steel. And you also need a confluence of rivers. You need rivers to power the water-powered grinding and polishing and trip hammering equipment. And you need rivers to transport your product in and out.
And the scale of production was extraordinary, especially considering the Industrial Revolution was still 2 centuries away.
Milan, a conservative estimate shows that in any given year in the 15th century, the Milanese armor-making community was producing something like 25,000 armors a year. And on an individual workshop basis, that's 1 armor a day. That's an extraordinarily organized industry.
David Nicole is on the trail of some of the last remaining medieval Italian armors. After months of careful restoration, the suits were reassembled and finally displayed together again, as they had been over the previous centuries. David's father was a contemporary of Sir James Mann, who documented the story of the Sanctuary of the Madonna delle Grazie armors. But he was never able to see the collection for himself, so David now completes the journey for his father.
Well, here we are outside the Diocesan Museum in the northern Italian city of Mantua. I've been waiting many, many years, in fact decades, to come here. Oh, wow. Okay, this is special.
The collection represents a real story of survival and a lasting testament to the skills of Italian armourers of the late 15th and early 16th centuries. They show the richness and style of Italian medieval armour with a wealth of tiny detail, including many of the individual armourers' marks. This is exactly what the richest Condottieri fighting men wore on the campaigns of the high medieval period.
Well, here we are, really, surrounded by the best quality armour that is going to be worn by the best equipped Condottieri leaders. This is the high point of the armour, the armourer's art, but also the high point of the Condottieri period, the pinnacle. This is what they reached as a complete military elite.
No one knows now to whom these armours belonged. The Madonna delle Grazie, the Madonna of Mercy, was the protector, just like any believer who had reason to give thanks for recovery from an illness or misfortune. Condottieri soldiers here made their own tributes in gratitude.
They're not, as far as we know, from a particular battle. These are donated for gratitude in thanks for their safe return from some campaign or some battle. Thanks to the Virgin for saving my life, and here is the piece of armour which protected me. You note the shape here. It's very simple, classic, simple, functional. It worked, it did the business. This is a good, strong chunk of metal, but they could churn these things out in numbers, and they exported them all over Europe.
Back at White Rose Armouries, Tim has almost finished planishing. The placard is ready for final shaping. Tim's creasing the metal over to create the waist. A skirt made of other plates or lames would have hung from this to protect the midriff. A fine grit grind gives the bright finish that a Condottiero noble would have expected.
So there it is, Tim. What do you reckon to it?
I can't believe we've made that, although you keep saying I've made it. But
I haven't made it, you've made it.
It's phenomenal that you can get something that round out of a piece of flat steel. I still can't believe it, and it's taken a day.
It's beautiful though, isn't it?
It is.
And you can see it works. And it's to do exactly what it says on the tin.
So that's a perfect fit.
Squeeze into it. You see you've got your survival zone in there now. That's not touching your flesh.
No.
So any impact on there is going to be transferred through there
all around,
and transferred into your softer flesh down here.
That's right.
So all your vital organs are going to be safe and sound. All that trauma is going to miss them.
It's been a real privilege, and to work with somebody who knows what they're doing is an even more of a privilege, because obviously you've been doing this for a long time. Thank you very much. It's been an unforgettable experience.
My pleasure.
Yeah, thank you.
However useful mercenaries were on the battlefield, an employer had always to be wary. Condottieri leaders could be charismatic and ambitious.
I think for Condottieri leaders, it must have looked like a land of opportunity, because when you consider you've been paid to provide military force to very wealthy employers who don't have their own military force, therein lies an opportunity. And you see sometimes they get drawn into kind of wider politics that shouldn't really concern them.
Intrigue was all too common. In 1478, the Pazzi family plotted to assassinate Lorenzo de' Medici by turning his own Condottieri against him.
The whole idea is that when Lorenzo's at Mass, he will be taken out, and then also key members of his family will also be taken out, and it'll all be not a bloodless coup, a bloody coup, and power will change.
Only it didn't work out that way. Lorenzo survived, rounded up the culprits, and sent a powerful message to his enemies.
And then there's a series of very gratuitous executions on the main square in Florence, where they actually pitched them out of public buildings to hang them, having kind of semi-disemboweled them first, so that when they come out the far end of the rope, their guts will spit out onto the square. So very, very graphic. But again, for a Condottieri leader, this, if he's willing to take those kind of risks, it could be spectacular success. But when it goes wrong, it goes very badly wrong.
In the last years of the 15th century, times were changing fast in medieval Italy. The economies of the individual states were developing, and people were beginning to see beyond constant intercity conflict. But it needed something to happen, something to force the change. The catalyst was invasion. Europe too was evolving, kingdoms vying for power. Charles VIII of France invaded the Italian peninsula, and the Italian states vowed to come together to fight the French. Condottieri, who had previously fought each other, now fought under the same banner. The scene was set for one of the last great set pieces in the story of the Condottieri. From Mantova, David heads southwest. Here in the Tauro Valley is where the Condottieri cavalry played their part against the French invaders. Two armies in this valley. Two armies on opposing sides of the river. The weather was turning bad, a portent for what was to come.
This was an Italian army, a very mixed Italian army from many states, but facing, or attacking indeed, an invading French army which was on its way home. It was not retreating, it was just on its way home. The French had chosen their line of march carefully. They were protected on one side by hills and woods, and on the other by the river. The only way the Italians were going to be able to do this was to charge across the river.
The battle was fought over a huge area across the valley, with the French force extended in line of march along the road. The river is just as wide as it was back then, though the shallows and shale beds have changed. There's enough for David to go on though, as he seeks out the approximate area where the spectacular events took place, epitomizing the flashing spirit of the Condottieri cavalry.
Well, there's the riverbed, the River Taro. I was here 30 years ago. I was a bit younger then.
The patched-together Italian army was commanded by a veteran Condottiero leader, Francesco Gonzago, the Duke of Mantova. It was he who ordered the attack across the shallows of the river to surprise the French.
One of the obvious places to cross the river, who wanted to make a charge and to attack the flank of the French army as it went across, was the ford. And there was a ford here opposite Oppiano. And I think it probably still exists, although the riverbed, the riverbed moves a lot.
But that night, the weather finally broke. Rain, thunder and lightning lashed across the hills and valley. The ford the Condottieri wanted to use flooded.
Gonzaga, in command of the Central Division, decided not to go across the river at the ford. So he shifted to his left, upriver, and charged across at another smaller ford, which for whatever reason he decided was more suitable.
Hundreds of Condottieri knights and men-at-arms waded their armoured horses through the river to attack the French flank.
This magnificent, sparkling, twinkling, steel-clad horde, they must have looked superb. But they flounder a bit. They get across, and then they have to attack without any time or space to reorganize themselves. So it was something that didn't really quite work. Must have looked marvelous.
A spectacle it surely must have been, but for all their dash and valour, the different Condottieri leaders just weren't used to operating under a single command.
This was the same old thing you find with medieval history, and also for centuries to come. It was too complex. They didn't have the ability to send messages between each other. Put simply, it got in a muddle for various reasons. And ultimately, the battle was really a draw. A very bloody draw.
It was the beginning of the end for the Condottieri. For 2 centuries, they had fought small wars, city on city, family on family. But national wars, on a much larger scale, were something they couldn't adapt to. The nature of warfare too was changing for the armoured horseman in the twilight of the medieval period.
It's amazing really, because we're at the end of our period, the end of the medieval period. The knight in armour is at the top of his game. A few years later, all this fades away with the advent of gunpowder and weapons. The armour is not good enough to last against ballistics. And so what happens is all these knights in armour fade away, and that's the end. They've just gone.
The Italian wars raged long into the 16th century. And in this cauldron, slowly, a sense of Italian nationalism emerged. But with it, a sense of responsibility. All classes of society were expected to contribute something, either in terms of money or effort and blood.
We've got to either modernise, or we must go back to a purer idea when you don't rely on mercenaries. A man fights for his city, or indeed the whole concept of Italy. So there was a change here. It's silent. All you really have is birdsong. However, it was here that, in a way, an era ended. The era of the Condottieri.
A land of lakes and mountains. A bridge at the edge of empire.
Our perception of medieval Switzerland is probably somewhat distorted.
Farmers who became soldiers. Soldiers all Europe began to fear. warriors who held back an emperor.
You'd kill them as fast as you could, there's no doubt about it.
Medieval war, a roll of the dice. The bones of the dead. You lose, you die, you never go home.
It was just a slaughter, it was a disaster.
In the shadow of mountains, no quarter asked or given. The skulls of Dornach. The medieval world. The 5th to the 15th century. Tim Sutherland is one of Britain's most experienced archaeologists. He and a team of specialists try to understand medieval life by exploring the realm of the medieval dead.
We have a classic view of the storybook medieval life. We don't hear the stories about the common man trying to keep his family alive. Archaeologically speaking, we can now focus in on the medieval dead people. You couldn't help almost look through their eyes thinking, what did they see? How did they die?
The story of Dornach and its great battle is the story of Dornach and its skulls. It was fought in 1499, at the very end of the medieval period, and it marked the end of a very bloody war. Yet it was also the beginning of something, the long struggle to national awareness and independence of the country of Switzerland. The price was high in lives, borne as ever by everyday people, farmers, peasants. Yet also by the men who fought, who left behind their valleys and homes to take their place in harm's way and play the deadly game of hazard that was the soldier's life in medieval times. We'll delve into the life of the soldier in this world. Whether they fought for money or drink, or for something greater, the remains left to us now are the same. We'll investigate why and how some of them fought. And we'll try to bring new light to the strange story of the bones of men who died fighting in a savage battle more than 600 years ago. Who were these men whose only remains now are the skulls of Dornach? The traces of the ones who went before are all around us. Our ancestors and forebears of the Middle Ages. Whether they were kings or peasants, they left their mark. The structures they built, castles and cathedrals, the things they made, the weapons they fought with, the graves in which they lay. Rarely, if ever, do we see among us in plain sight the remains of the individuals themselves. Yet in a street in a small town in the heart of Europe, they're a part of everyday life, the medieval dead. More than 40 human skulls, believed to be some of the dead from the Battle of Dornach. Many of them bear trauma, evidence of weapon injuries. Some, perhaps, causes of death. In itself, it's an arresting sight. As a monument to a medieval battle, it's perhaps unique. Switzerland, a small, landlocked country with a population of just 8 million people. Most of them centred on a plateau bordered by the natural frontiers of the Alps and the Jura. Its larger cities, Geneva and Zurich, are among the most important financial centres in the world. The country itself, one of the most developed. It's the home of the International Red Cross and has a long history of armed neutrality. It hasn't been at war since 1815 and the time of Napoleon. It's still known officially as the Swiss Confederation, a title which originated in the Middle Ages. It wasn't one nation called Switzerland as we know it today. It was a league, an alliance of small territories known as cantons. At the time of Dornach, there were 8. Today, there are 26. Our knowledge of the region is usually hazy when compared with France or Britain or Germany in the Middle Ages.
It's got the castles, it's got the big lakes, it's got really beautiful scenery. And people think they probably know more about it than they actually do. And it's only when you get down to the details you realise it's a place that was quite important in the medieval period. Our perception of medieval Switzerland is probably somewhat distorted, and we don't really know much about it, or I certainly don't anyway. In the great scheme of things, it's quite a small region. It's a mountainous region, but even so, geographically, it's a very small area. And for some reason, in the later medieval period, it becomes incredibly important, and that's an anomaly we like to investigate.
Towards the end of the 15th and the beginning of the 16th centuries, the people of this small region had a disproportionate influence on many important events and battles of Central Europe. There was a strength in their character, a belief in the way they were bound together in the face of adversity.
You have an echo of this in the Swiss now. I think the Swiss, like the English, owe a lot of their general character to geography. In England, we live in an island, and we've been able to fight off most invaders because we live on an island. And so do the Swiss. They live in a sort of island of lakes and mountains, and by being united and getting all the people together, they have fought off invaders and threats.
Tim has come to Switzerland to find out more about this character, the country, and its extraordinary place in medieval history. The Battle of Dornach was the final act in a conflict that began 7 months before. It was called in Germany Der Schweizerkrieg, the Swiss War. Now it's more commonly known as Der Schwabenkrieg, the Swabian War. It was fought between the Swiss cantons and the greatest power in Europe, the Holy Roman Empire. It was called Holy Roman, but the empire was German. Swabia was an ancient region of southwestern Germany, encompassing the areas known today as Baden-Württemberg and Bavaria. It was the homeland of the original Holy Roman Emperor, Charlemagne the Great, and of several historic dynasties, among them the Hohenzollerns and the Welfs, ancestors of the Hanoverians and the British royal family. Most powerful of all were the Habsburgs, whose king, Maximilian I, ruled the empire at the very end of the 15th century. In early 1499, local disputes came about over control of trade routes through the mountain passes between Swabia and the cantons. Argument turned to skirmish, raid, and counter-raid. Swabia called on the support of its Habsburg king and emperor. The smaller cantons locked arms for mutual support as the Confederacy. The inevitable outcome was war. From January to July 1499, fighting raged through the Rhine Valley to Lake Constance. But if the Habsburgs and Swabians were expecting to crush the small cantons, they were mistaken. Again and again, the Confederacy took them on and saw them off. On July the 19th, 1499, an imperial army of around 16,000 men attacked Solothurn, intending to besiege and capture the important frontier castle at Dornach. Instead, 3 days later, on July the 22nd, they suffered a shocking, total defeat. No surrender was taken. Even the imperial wounded were killed. Hundreds, perhaps thousands of bodies lay strewn across the landscape, from the castle to the bridge and beyond. Tim's here in Dornach to see for himself the scene of the battle. Hans Vertli is the curator of Dornach's museum. He's here to show Tim around.
Hello, Hans.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Yes, the historical place.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
This is so this is the bridge?
This is the
And-
bridge. It's not the original bridge, but the original bridge was a wooden bridge. This is the place where the only bridge for a lot of kilometers stood, and this is the only bridge for the people coming from France and the backland up to the center of Switzerland. So this was
an important river crossing.
It was an important river crossing because here was the commercial place.
So the castle is on the hill behind us there?
Yes, yes.
Dornach, or Dornach Castle, dominates the view over the Birs River Valley for miles around. The imperial commander Heinrich von Fürstenberg knew that Swiss cannons up here could shoot down to harass his troops as they approached. Also, the bridge was a symbol of the canton of Solothurn's political autonomy.
The commander of the castle was more or less the representative of the state. And here was an important meeting and commercial place with customs post. People passing with merchandise, they had to pay here. It was an official crossing for the canton of Solothurn.
So it was that big, it was that important?
It was important, yeah, it was important.
And basically the battle was about that castle and this bridge?
Exactly, it was the will of the emperor and of Heinrich von Fürstenberg to destroy that castle, which would allow the troops to go into the heart of Switzerland, across the Jura.
And if you could hold this bridge, you could stop the invader coming in, basically.
And it was the last battle between the Empire and Swiss, but it wasn't really the end of all the struggles between the two parties.
Today, Dornach is part of the suburban sprawl, a few kilometres from the busy city of Basel. In 1499, it was a much smaller town. The imperial troops crossed into the town here. Some climbed the hill to establish siege lines beneath the castle. That left many of them with time on their hands. All around here they fell to drinking or gaming in the taverns and their camp. They had no idea that they were gambling on borrowed time. Hans is an expert in coins and artifacts of the classical world, but he's always been involved with the story of Dornach and its little-known battle.
So when did you first become involved with the Dornach collection, or when did you first hear about it?
Yeah, I mean, I was born here. I grew up here.
But it's the strange chain of events involving the human remains from the battle, which in a way is the most compelling part of the Dornach story. After a medieval battle, there's often a discernible pattern of events concerning the disposal of the dead. Tim knows this from his work excavating the mass grave of the Battle of Towton in northern England. Thousands of dead were buried on the battlefield in pits. Then some years later, they were dug up again and reburied in consecrated ground, with a dedicated chapel. It's a pattern he's also seen at Gibraltar in Portugal, and is probably common on many other European battlefields of the Middle Ages. But Dornach was different. Part of the after-battle pattern fits, but with one major difference. Because they're still here, for all to see, the battlefield dead. This is the first time that Tim's seen them.
So this is really interesting for me because I've heard so many stories about collections of human remains from battlefields. Mm-hmm. And usually they're put in something like a mass grave, or they're put in something like a chapel.
Yes.
This is really unusual because obviously it's on display.
Yes,
and apparently
yes.
it always has been, or for quite a long time.
Yes, more or less. I mean, initially they were also in a chapel. The chapel was built in the 17th century between the monastery and the street. And when they constructed the railroad line from Basel to Geneva in 1872, they just demolished the chapel in order to be able to construct the street up to the station.
The 17th century chapel was somewhere here. No one knows what it looked like. Whatever was left is now beneath the road. At the end of the 19th century, at the time of the 400th Jubilee commemorations, a replacement was built. Much smaller, little more than an elaborate ossuary, but it was only for some of the bones. A fraction of what had been in the 17th century chapel.
Before there was no monument, just the ossuary.
Yeah.
But if you see photographs of the old ossuary,
it's quite tall.
That's quite a pyramid of skulls.
But then, half a century later, the layout was redeveloped again in 1949, when the large, expressionist monument was created to celebrate modern Switzerland's independence. And the unique story of Dornach's bones continued.
When they built the monument in 1949, that initial ossuary was demolished and just a few of the skulls were integrated, presented here with the monument. The rest were stored.
And these have been here ever since?
Yeah, since 49, yes.
Right. It's very unusual to have these on display to the general public.
For us, it's nothing unusual to see these skulls, and probably today nobody really pays attention to them, even passing by. I mean, a lot of people, they probably do not even know what the monument is for and what the skulls have to do here.
I think it's really fitting that people can actually come up here and contemplate, you know, the memorial, the battle, you know, their own existence and everything else.
Yes,
and it's in that respect, it's really unusual, but I think it's quite appropriate, really.
Life in the small, busy suburb goes on. For someone who spent years searching for the dead from medieval battles, even unearthing them with his own hands, it's taking some time to get used to the monument here.
It's very unusual to have a monument of this size and scale, and it's right in the centre of the town. But what's more unusual is that there's a collection of skulls behind, basically in a glass case on the side of the monument. And these skulls are the people who died at the Battle of Dornach. I've heard the stories about the skulls of Dornach. I've read the papers, the archaeological papers. And here they are displaying how they died, basically, and what weapons killed them. You can see the huge sword cuts, slashes across the skulls, and all the depressions and the stab wounds, and it's unbelievable. And to have it on display. One of the interesting questions is who these people are. They're evidently the people who fought in the battle. You can tell that by the skull injuries, but we don't know who they are.
Just who these dead represent is a question that will take some answering. As for the mystery of where the rest of them are, Hans has been able to piece together some of the evidence. The regional museum of which he's curator, the Heimat Museum, is based in one of Dornach's oldest churches. After 1949, some of the surplus bones were buried in the churchyard here, marked now by this sculpture. Then, 5 years later, they were on the move yet again.
Okay, and then in 54, the bones have been removed and they have been placed in another ossuary down closer to the museum.
On the way, they see the churchyard also contains echoes of those earlier, now vanished monuments.
So that's the ossuary where they have removed the bones from up here, down here in 54. They didn't exist before. So this is the sarcophagus.
So you think the long bones are in here?
Yes, definitely, yes. They have been removed from the small monument up there and put here in 54. And it says here, wanderers, they still Here are the bones of the heroes from the Battle of Dornach 1499.
The sarcophagus hasn't been opened since, but Hans believes this is the end of the line for the bones that remained in Dornach. The 17th century chapel, 1899, 1949 and 1954. It's curious how these numbers of the Dornach skeletons have moved around the town. But it is similar to how bones from many other medieval battlefields were treated. Inside, there's a clue as to who the dead were.
Yeah, and now we have the frescoes on the wall, and here are buried the 3 commanders of the German troops, the imperial troops, Heinrich von Fürstenberg, and 2 of his sub-commanders, Heinrich Matthias von Kastelwart and Herr zu Bitsch und zu Lichtenberg.
Von Fürstenberg had gone forward to check his artillery positions in the siege lines before Dornach Castle.
As you may know, Graf Heinrich von Fürstenberg was one of the first to be killed. People warned him because he didn't put up guards, and when people warned him, he just said, "Why should I put up guards? It will not snow Swiss soldiers here."
All across Dornach and the German camp, the Empire's soldiers were at their ease. They expected a long but successful siege.
When the Swiss commanders saw how careless the German troops were, they were drinking, they were eating, they had music playing, they were enjoying their life, they were swimming in the river. So they decided to just have a fast attack.
Yeah, they took advantage of the situation.
They took advantage of the situation, and Graf Heinrich von Fürstenberg was one of the first to just be killed. And that gave a completely disaster there was no organization anymore.
That the 3 highest ranking commanders of the Imperial Army were buried here in Dornach is significant. Often in medieval battles, the bodies of nobles were reclaimed by their households for burial on home soil.
They sent some monks here to ask, and the commander of the Swiss cantons left the decision up to the commander of the canton of Solothurn, and then they said no, the knights have to stay with the peasants, and that's the reason why Heinrich von Fürstenberg and 2 of his sub-commanders are buried in the church of Dornach. Yeah.
I think we've got a clue here as to who these individuals, who these group of people were. Some of the losing knights are obviously buried in this part of the church. They were initially taken off the battlefield, they were brought into consecrated ground, moved on several occasions through different ossuaries until we come to the situation today where we can see them by the side of the road on the modern memorial. They didn't allow the high status individuals to be taken away, and so that's definitely a clue as to who we're looking at.
How did the crushing victory come about? Why was it so comprehensive? How was the 16,000 strong, highly equipped, highly motivated army of the most powerful empire in Europe destroyed utterly by the lowly soldiers of the Swiss cantons? Especially as the Imperial Army faced a Swiss force of only around 6,000 men, mostly infantry, with relatively few armoured knights on horseback. Bern was one of the larger cantons in the Swiss Confederation in 1499. Its famous bear is today used as a national symbol of the whole of modern Switzerland. The Museum of Bern houses many artifacts relating to the events of this time in the medieval period.
I'm Susan Marty, I'm an art historian and responsible for the medieval collection at the museum in Bern. And now we are in our permanent exhibition, which deals with the history of Switzerland in the late 15th and early 16th century.
The leaders of the cantons which came together to fight the Swabian War were realists. They knew they couldn't equal numerically the military might of the Holy Roman Empire, and its armoured cavalry and its powerful siege artillery. that they knew they could count on one thing: the solidity of their own soldiers. Swiss troops of the late 15th century were regarded even at the time as tough opponents, just as the imperial commander von Fürstenberg found out to his peril. The majority of the Swiss were peasant farmers, cowherds. Soldiering and campaigning came naturally to them. They were tough, self-reliant, bound together by loyalty to family, village, or canton. Unlike knights, they weren't used to horses, jousting, or fighting tournaments. They wore relatively little armour, if any. The heart of their strength was not just the weapons they used, long spears, pikes, or polearms, but in the way they fought with them.
They were organized strong together in formation in a kind of square, and in the outside they had the pikemen with their long weapons, and in the inner part they had the so-called normal soldiers, and they were really trained to hold always together.
Always hold together, even against the best cavalry the Empire could throw at them.
Disciplined infantry who hold their nerve, hold their position. They can defeat cavalry if they can keep cavalry at a distance. The man on foot is not at a disadvantage merely because he's on foot. He has many advantages. His greatest advantage is when he has numbers, discipline, holds his nerve, and has a weapon which can keep the horseman, whether he's an armoured horseman or not, keep him at a distance, and if possible, kill his horse.
And in the harsh economics of war, Swiss infantry armed with just spears or pikes were vastly cheaper than armoured imperial knights.
Even the best infantry with the best equipment for infantry are cheaper than cavalry. They don't need so much armour. In fact, they don't want so much armour because they've got to actually carry it and walk in it or fight in it rather than sitting on a horse. Their weaponry is generally simpler and cheaper, but you need the numbers and you need the discipline.
Discipline, but also a cohesion, brought about by a shared culture. Small communities in a mountainous region. Jerry Embleton is a writer and artist. In a career spanning more than half a century, he's created artwork for newspapers, books and magazines, even including classic British comics like Eagle. Much of his work has been as an historical illustrator, and the medieval is one period that just hooked him. It's one of the reasons why he now lives and works in Switzerland.
I've worked intensively in different periods, and I tend to, being a little bit mad, go deeply into the things I do. I was commissioned to do some medieval work. I found the subject fascinating. I moved to Switzerland, and on every street corner is a castle. There's wonderful documentation in the Swiss chronicles, which were made by the towns to record all the events. Just a lot of very inspiring sources, and a lot of arms and armour.
Jerry's illustrations are renowned for their realism and historical detail.
To imagine how it actually was for them, you have to step into the world of fiction. But then nearly all history is to a certain extent fiction. We have to imagine how these guys felt. And in the figure making and in my drawings, I need to know what they're wearing, what they're eating, how well they are, because obviously you can write a list. This man is sick, he was ill all night, he's got dysentery, and he's now facing the enemy for the first time. Or he slept very well last night, he's eaten a good meal, he's with all his mates, they won a victory yesterday. You have completely different feeling. And I believe that's very important. And you can read in the contemporary accounts how a victorious army is going to win another victory, usually. and once they start, there is a momentum.
Jerry believes some of this momentum in the Swiss troops was due to the tough, simple background they all shared. Growing up in a mountainous land, every day could be a matter of survival.
I think the Swiss, like the English, owe a lot of their general character to geography. In England, we live in an island, and we've been able to fight off most invaders because we live on an island. And so do the Swiss. They live in a sort of island of lakes and mountains, and by being united and getting all the people together, they have fought off invaders and threats.
Hardened by a mountain life, reliant on nobody but themselves and their comrades. These were the troops against whom the soldiers of the Empire found themselves pitted. Bern Museum's collection contains a number of the Dornach skulls. They arrived here in the early 20th century, after the pyramid monument was redeveloped, and the rest of the bones went into the church. Susan Marty knows from the accounts the uncompromising way the victorious Swiss did not allow the empire to recover its dead, noble or otherwise.
Normally the losers could bury their own victims right after the battle, but the Swiss did prohibit that, and so these corpses were lying out on the battlefield and could not be buried, which was a very unusual thing even for medieval behavior on the battlefield after a battle.
There was more than the usual degree of enmity between opponents in a medieval battle in Europe. Usually, there was at least some trace of decorum, some observance of custom in disposing of the dead. Instead, this was a war in which feelings, particularly among the Swiss cantons, ran strong. It was them against an empire. If they lost, there would likely be no more Swiss cantons. But what of the other missing bones? The skulls left over from the pyramid and the earlier 17th century monuments. One woman has made it her business to try and find out.
My name is Christine Cooper, and I'm a physical anthropologist specialized in human remains from archaeological excavations.
Christine became involved with the little-known story of the Dornach bones through her study of victims of later battlefields.
I had been examining battlefield remains from 1799 to Napoleonic Wars, but I wasn't very satisfied with the things I was able to do, and especially with the things I was not able to do, so I wanted to take that a step further. I happened to be in Dornach a long time ago, maybe 15 years ago, and I heard that a battle had taken place. And I asked, well, do they have any human remains? But nobody knew at the time. But since that point, I had them on my mind, and I wanted to get hold of them if they did exist. And it turned out they did.
Christine was allowed access to analyse the bones at the monument and Dornach Church. But as for the rest, no one seemed to know where they all were. She had to track them down. Eventually, she located more than 100 more individuals in museums and universities across Switzerland. It took years of work, but Christine was eventually to bring all this research together.
I wanted to know more about these skulls of Dornach, especially who these people were and what happened to them in 1499.
There are many similarities between Christine's findings and Tim's at Towton. Two archaeological contexts, two battles, hundreds of miles apart.
These are some of the skulls that we've excavated at Towton. Obviously there are certain parallels between our assemblage and the work you've been looking at, and some of them are incredibly similar.
Yet the battles were fought only around 40 years apart, and many of the weapons and ways of fighting and dying were the same.
We've also got a significant amount of blunt force trauma, so something like a club or a mace or even a hammer, and that's impacted upon usually the skull as well. So that seems to be similar-ish to what you're getting at Dornach.
It is very similar, except that I didn't find that much blunt force trauma.
Oh, right.
At some cases, but not that many.
So that would suggest that these individuals didn't, their death didn't occur by something like a mace or a hammer or something, and it was purely by either blades or stabbing.
Yes, most of them. I think I had one or two with massive blunt force, but not many.
Right.
Most of them had the blade wounds that you said, and that was the very biggest part of all injuries.
It was mostly these trauma marks, caused apparently by blades, that Christine selected for a careful and ingenious study.
So can you talk us through some of these experiments you carried out, please?
Okay, I had original weapons of this time copied by a blacksmith, and we just copied the relevant parts like the blade of swords, halberds, and the points of pikes and similar things. And then we inflicted injuries on a head model, which behaves like a head of a live person, and tried to reconstruct what could have caused these injuries on the Dornach skulls. It depended on the size of the weapon. In the small ones, we were able to drop them onto the head model, and the big ones, we had to fasten them on the bottom, as you can see in this case, and the skull dropped onto the weapon. And so we had a defined weight, a mass that came down, and a defined height, so we could calculate the kinetic energy of each of these injuries.
The head model that Christine created was a hollow plastic sphere filled with gelatin to represent the brain. It was covered in a layer of skin made from thin latex. The experiments were filmed at high speed. Most of the results were extremely close in resemblance to the trauma on the skulls.
In most cases it was perfect. If we look at one with a blade, you can see that it produces absolutely realistic lesions. And there goes the blade. And you see the resulting
looks exactly the
lesion
same.
is exactly what we saw.
The experiments give a disturbing impression of the brutality of medieval close-quarter combat. Trauma on one skull in particular intrigued Christine. She theorized that it might have been inflicted by a particular kind of weapon, known to have been in use at the time of the Battle of Dornach. It had a wavy blade, like a flame, and so it became known as a flambard or a flammenschwert, a fire sword.
I wasn't sure what might have caused those lesions, but I saw them again when I did this experiment with one of those blades.
So you carried out an experiment with a blade of that type and it produced the same injuries as it did on the skull. That's
exactly
fantastic.
The same.
So if we can see that here then.
There it
Oh
comes.
yeah, I see what you mean. That's very distinctive. I've never seen anything like that before.
Yeah. I saw them only on one skull, so I don't think they were used very commonly.
That must
in
be
this
very
fashion.
rare.
Yes.
But it's fantastic that there's an example of it, and you managed to replicate it as well and produce the same results, which is unbelievable. I think that's great. And that's exactly what you saw in the injury.
Mm-hmm.
If it was too deep, you'd never see that double indentation, would you? So I presume it's under ideal circumstances, or it's just shallow enough to show the double depression and the double cut. So it's unbelievable that there really is evidence for that. I'm really impressed with that, so that's fantastic.
Flammenschwerts are often depicted in images from the period, but they were thought to be used just for display or parade.
I was told it's more like a weapon to represent, but not to actually use, because it's just too big and too cumbersome. Well, it seems like they used it anyway, sometimes.
I can't believe you've got evidence of that. When you find something archaeologically, then you've reproduced the classic experiments and produce exactly the same results. But to have the osteological evidence in the first place is unbelievable. And it must be incredibly rare.
It was fascinating. I mean, every time when I saw one of these lesions appear that looked realistic, it was exciting because I knew I had found something more to help explain all this stuff.
Of all the blade trauma on the skulls, however, only a few of the injuries were likely to have been fatal blows. Without the rest of the skeletons, it's impossible to know exactly how these men died. But one thing's for certain, their last moments were bloody, brutal, and perhaps frenzied. The petrifying last instants of men on the losing side who knew surrender was impossible. These were the individuals, the men behind the anonymous masks left to us now, the skulls of Dornach. Imperial soldiers, Germans, perhaps even Swiss, from cantons not yet part of the Confederation. United in one respect, they were the losers of a battle, left unburied by the victors, and displayed for centuries ever after. At the time, perhaps, it was a warning to others who might try to follow in their footsteps. This was the very early dawning of the national identity, the independence of the region, which would one day become Switzerland. To us now, like all war memorials, it's a reminder of what havoc mankind is capable of wreaking, in war medieval or otherwise. Dornach Castle, on the heights overlooking the battlefield.
Yeah, so here you can see the whole battlefield, and
from here the defenders would have seen the Imperial troops utterly routed by the Swiss. So too would they have seen the bodies of the defeated soldiers, left in their many hundreds, exposed to the elements for months, years after the battle.
It's difficult not to think about the individuals that get caught up in a battle such as this. We've seen how graphically some of them were killed. We've got extensive skull trauma. The victors obviously disperse, and the victims, they are left behind. Everybody else will go back to their homes, but for these people, they will be forever associated with the Battle of Dornach.
A secret hoard, lost for centuries. Not gold, not silver, but steel.
The mystery of the Castillon sword group is ongoing.
The end of a war, the last battle to be fought, a final stand to be made.
The Battle of Castillon was absolutely catastrophic for the English.
The wreck of an army. Armour, weapons, swords.
Any more bits?
The investigation of an enduring mystery. A forgotten treasure. Undisturbed, undiscovered, until now. The swords of Castillon. The medieval world. the 5th to the 15th century. Tim Sutherland is one of Britain's most experienced archaeologists. He and a team of specialists try to understand medieval life by exploring the realm of the medieval dead.
We have a classic view of the storybook medieval life. We don't hear the stories about the common man trying to keep his family alive. Archaeologically speaking, we can now focus in on the medieval dead people. You couldn't help almost look through their eyes thinking, what did they see? How did they die?
This story is one of the most remarkable in the world of arms and armour. It's truly epic in scope, from a medieval battlefield to the prestige sale rooms of the 21st century. And in between, all the plot twists a thriller writer could imagine. Except it all really happened. For more than 4 decades, it's created a trail of rumour and guesswork, hearsay and intrigue. Now we'll delve into that world. We'll examine the clues, the stories, the facts, and the extraordinary sequence of events behind the mystery of the swords of Castillon. "100 kilometres north of Bordeaux, an exhibition was held in the Château de Pont. Called La Guerre au Moyen Âge, the 100 Years' War, the catalogue showed a photograph of a medieval sword. Of the sword's origin, almost nothing was said, other than it was from somewhere in France. To people outside the international world of arms and armour, it was just another old sword. Another piece destined for sale to a museum or collector. To those in the know, it was a big deal. But if it wasn't really much known up to that point, it was the following year. The world-famous Christie's sale rooms in Geneva, a prestige auction on the 26th of April 1977, featured a selection of highly collectible antique arms and armour. There was no doubt what the star items were. Not 1, but 7 medieval swords.
I first became aware of them when they appeared at a sale in Christie's in Geneva, and obviously some of them were fairly tatty and corroded, some were in pretty good condition. I think we catalogued as a group of medieval swords from the same site.
The same site, in fact, as the one at Château de Pont. But where? No one would say. A few years later, an arms and armour expert wrote about the find, and he hinted that he knew something.
The general area of the find place is known, though for reasons of security, its location may not be disclosed.
Over the following years, yet more swords were sold by auctioneers across Europe. Switzerland, Germany, London, all were said to be from the same place, still unknown. Many years later, the insider expert explained the secrecy over the find site.
In the first years of the find's existence, no mention of the actual find place was allowed. It was merely stated that it was somewhere in France. However, by the end of the 70s, this rigid secrecy had been relaxed a little, for some of us knew where the place was. We kept silence though, for obviously someone, or some authority, was anxious, lest treasure seekers should come looking for more.
Only a few people were truly in the know. But antiques arms and armour expert David Oliver had contacts in the trade. He was able to work out approximately where the swords had come from.
Just through the grapevine, one became aware that there were, I think it was first suggested to me, they came from the last major battle of the 100 Years' War. And I didn't twig Castillon. I thought there was a big battle at Orléans, I think, prior to Castillon, so I thought it was possibly from Orléans, and then just by a process of elimination, we eventually discovered that they were actually from Castillon.
Not far from Bordeaux in southwest France, on the Dordogne River. The swords were from Castillon. Over the years, many more have come up for auction.
There was a time that there were a number of them were appearing regularly in Christie's sales, one every few months, as it were.
It's now thought as many as 80 swords were recovered. There's no other medieval battlefield with so many swords supposedly associated with it than Castillon.
The swords of Castillon, such a large number of them, of course, they become part of this legend. They add considerably to something which is already dramatic just because of the people involved, the event, and its historical importance. They are almost like sort of icing on the cake. They just make it even more remarkable.
The story has captivated collectors, historians, and archaeologists ever since.
It is one of the amazing stories about the medieval period. The swords of Castillon, where did they come from? They're classic medieval fighting weapons.
It's a fantastic story. It's a wonderful yarn, I think, about how these swords were discovered.
Tim sets out to find out what he can about the swords, and hopefully, the circumstances of their discovery. The swords are now scattered mostly in ones and twos in private collections and museums across the world. But there's a rare chance to see a group of them displayed together, for perhaps the first time in decades since their finding.
They're in several museums, and of course when you see them, you automatically try to imagine what it was like, one, finding them, but two, using them, which battle they're from, and so the whole of your mind starts to race.
While Tim's in Paris, back in England, another of the mysterious blades has suddenly resurfaced. In the heart of Knightsbridge in the West End, Bonham's sale rooms. Another prestige auction of antiques, arms and armour, with many alluring items, medieval and otherwise, for collectors to feast their eyes on. But even though it's almost 40 years since the first auction in Geneva, the star attraction is, once again, a Castillon sword. It's expected to fetch a high price, the same every other one of its fellow swords has done over the intervening decades.
I can't remember exactly when I first heard about these swords. It was probably very early 70s, something like that.
David Nicol, like many other medieval historians, became intrigued by the story of the swords.
Whenever these swords come up in an auction, they're always the star exhibit because of the mystery of their find and, of course, their association with the Great Battle of Castillon.
David has worked in the arms and armour trade, researching or provenancing items for potential sellers. But he's never, till now, come across one of the Castillon swords.
I never thought I'd see them, I never thought I'd handle them, I never thought I'd have anything to do with them.
The day before the sale, we were allowed special access behind the scenes. It was a chance to see the preparation that goes into such an auction.
Well, you're in the auction house Bonham's, which was established in 1793, and you're in the sale room which we have based in Montpellier Street in Knightsbridge, right in the heart of London. And for some years now, we've been having sales dedicated to antique arms and armour, and we tend to hold between 2 and 3 sales a year.
As is often the case, the sale has come about following the death of a collector. Many of the items that will be sold are from the estate of just one man.
The late owner, he was an American, he had a collection. It included 2 or 3 medieval swords, including the Castillon sword.
David Nicol finally gets the opportunity to see one of the Castillon swords for himself.
David, so here we have lot 173, the Castillon sword, that's coming up in our sale on Thursday.
That is very nice indeed. This is a business-like.
Well, it's very wieldy, isn't it?
Very wieldy.
The weight is actually not that heavy. It's extremely fine quality, and that's reflected in its general wieldiness. And you can imagine it was a very useful weapon to use.
Very typical of the type and the period, very businesslike, as you say, wieldy, useful. Although it has a very, or had, should I say, a very fine edge, it's actually a very substantial piece of metal with this essentially trapezoid, flattened diamond section.
Yes, with a medial ridge running through it,
Absolutely.
all the way to the tip, and extremely beautifully made.
Beautifully made, and very rigid. I mean, that's going to give you a very substantial cutting edge, but I would have thought primarily a thrusting weapon. I mean, this is, well, to say lethal is a little bit obvious, since that's what it's for. See, there's a mark. Oh, there it is. It caught my eye, caught the light. Inlays of fleur-de-lis. That is fascinating. Somehow appropriate that it should be a fleur-de-lis, although the assumption is that these were Anglo-Gascon, it's from the losing side in the battle. Not necessarily the case, but most probably. But nonetheless, a little French fleur-de-lis. Lovely.
Interesting to speculate.
Interesting to speculate, but that brings up the whole story of the whole question of whether these really are from the Battle of Castillon.
In Paris, Tim is on his way to see a whole group of the swords.
Yes, finally getting to see these swords will be really nice.
Britain's Royal Armouries own several Castillon blades, and they've loaned them out specially for this prestige auction. It has pride of place in France's premier arms and armour museum, in the heart of Les Invalides in Paris, the Musée de l'Armée. And there are one or two old friends here too.
I think cool. Aha! Finally, we meet.
It's the first time these Royal Armouries swords have been back in France since their discovery. The Musée de l'Armée's own Castillon sword is the one that was exhibited at the Château de Pont, the first one the wider world came to know about.
Oui, alors ces épées de Castillon, effectivement, il y en a un peu dans toutes les collections d'armes en Europe. Nous en avons 2 ici au musée de l'armée et nous les avons assemblées à celle de nos collègues anglais du Royal Armouries. Eux en possèdent 4. Et du coup, voilà, on a assemblé 6 pièces qui proviennent de Castillon. Et je pense que c'est la première fois qu'il y en a autant ensemble dans une exposition.
But what about the circumstances of the sword's discovery? Is there anything known here in Paris about what happened back then in the Dordogne?
C'est difficile d'en savoir plus parce que justement elles ne sont pas issues d'une fouille régulière. Et du coup, la personne qui les a trouvées n'est pas connue. Et puis tout ça, c'est toujours fait un petit peu dans la discrétion. Donc on a très très peu d'informations concernant ces objets, ce qui fait qu'elles sont entourées d'une légende. C'est un peu la légende des épées de Castillon, c'est vrai. Et donc ces objets ont une aura un peu particulière dans les collections. Tout le monde veut posséder une épée de Castillon, et c'est pour ça qu'il y en a un peu dans toutes les collections.
This is the foremost military museum in France, and yet there's no record here of the recovery of some 80 swords. Archaeological relics from a medieval battle.
During the past 5 years, a number of fine 15th century swords have been appearing in the sale rooms and changing hands among collectors. They're from a find of swords dredged from the river Dordogne, near to the site of the last battle of the 100 Years' War, fought near Castillon in Gascony in July 1453.
If the battle and the swords could be linked beyond doubt, it would be completely unique.
You know where they've come from, you know roughly the date they come from, and you know which country they come from and why they're important. And if these swords are connected to the Battle of Castillon in 1453, we've nailed it.
Maybe it's time to look instead at the story of that battle itself. And it was a battle that didn't end well for the English.
The Battle of Castillon was absolutely catastrophic for the English. One of the most catastrophic, I would say actually the most catastrophic.
Since the 1330s, the rulers of England and France had fought what's known to us now as the 100 Years' War. By the early 1450s, the English had lost virtually all their possessions in France. An army was dispatched to recapture the great city of Bordeaux and its surroundings in the Dordogne, including the fortified town of Castillon.
It was the English coming back again, seeking to defeat the French army in battle and then hopefully re-establishing their position in southwestern France.
The English commander was highly respected by both sides. Sir John Talbot was a veteran soldier.
He was feared by his enemies because he was successful, he was a good leader, and he was also pretty good at getting on with the locals. And this is important because the army at Castillon was not just English, it was from Bordeaux. A large part of it was French. French loyal to the English crown, as they had been for a very long time in that region.
The alliance between England and Gascony had existed for many years, before even the time of Agincourt.
A representative of, I think, Henry V was very proud to say that the English nation was composed of 5 tongues, and he mentioned English, Gaelic, Welsh, Cornish, and Gascon.
The French launched a preemptive strike and besieged the Gascon town of Castillon. Talbot moved fast to try and raise the French siege before Castillon fell. After marching his army through the night, he launched a headlong assault on the French position.
The French had decided they were going to stand and fight, and that's precisely what they did. The English, like the French at Agincourt, and certainly like the French at Poitiers and Crécy, were full of confidence. They were incredibly confident in their ability. So they charge in there thinking, they're only French, this is going to be a piece of cake.
It was anything but. The French might not have had the famous English warbow, but they had overwhelming firepower of their own. The English were shot to pieces, cut down in droves by cannonballs. The survivors were charged by the French, and the English were completely routed. Some tried to make it to the Dordogne, and this is where the last stand took place. Talbot was killed, and his son, who led the rearguard. There cannot be many English commanders of the 100 Years' War who were defeated and yet are still commemorated on French soil. Talbot's monument looks out over the river. There was a ford here, and nearby is where 500 years later the swords are assumed to have been discovered. Were they dropped in the ford during the rout? How did they get into the river? In the early 1980s, an article appeared in print in which the author, our insider, pondered this very same question.
The article appeared in 1982. In it, I had repeated the assumption that the swords were lost in the river by English and Gascon men-at-arms trying to get away from the battlefield, having been soundly beaten by the French.
The author was an English academic who was passionately interested in swords. He's one of the great figures in historical arms and armour research of the 20th century. He wrote many books and had a wide-ranging influence on a generation of future researchers. His name was Ewart Oakeshott.
The first book that I ever came across on arms and armour was a book by Ewart Oakeshott, one of his Knight and series. Oh gosh, I must have been 9 then, and it wouldn't be until about 30 odd years later that I actually ended up meeting the man.
He used to lecture at schools and this sort of thing. He used to dress himself up in armour. He was only about 5 foot high.
To actually meet him was something I've never forgotten, because I've never been served cheesecake with a Bronze Age dagger before.
No, he was great. He was a real character and a lovely man.
It was Oakeshott who'd been the man in the know on the Castillon swords right from their discovery. He was the insider who wrote a series of articles about them.
In each of his articles, the story, he's either found out something more, so it gets something else is added to it, and there are no more numbers, or we now know it was found there, or
As new anecdotal evidence emerged, Oakeshott's interpretation too steadily evolved.
It was told that the 80 swords had been all together in a box or crate. The crate might have been in a wagon. This was a little more reasonable, though how beaten troops getting the hell out of it could have stopped to pack 80 swords into a box and put it on a wagon, I don't know.
Later, the crate was confirmed as being in fact 2 large wooden barrels, the remains of which had been found with the swords. As Oakeshott said, this didn't sound like fleeing troops throwing away their weapons in the river. Are there clues in what we know about the aftermath of medieval battle?
Back at the battlefield, of course, you've got a load of mixed and in some cases extremely valuable military equipment lying around. Now, booty is absolutely central to motivation of medieval armies because they're not paid very well, if paid at all. So if you win, survive unhurt, you can make a lot of money by collecting the stuff that's lying around. And there's going to be merchants, arms merchants, those people we all love, hovering around in the background, ready to come in and buy up this stuff.
It's an odd parallel that half a millennia later, the Castillon swords are still highly sought after by dealers in arms. Today, it's not just private collectors who buy antique arms and armour. Like any other consumer, if there's an item the Royal Armouries want for their collection, they have to buy it from a dealer. In their storerooms in Leeds, Tim gets a rare chance to see at first hand the Armoury's 6 Castillon blades.
When did the swords first come into the Royal Armouries collection then?
The swords have come into the armouries over a period of time, starting from about 1977 and through the 80s. And they have been acquired through either auction or from dealers. And what's interesting as a group is there's similarities and the differences.
So there are none that are identical?
None of them are going to be identical because they're all, of course, hand-forged. A different person might make the pommel and the cross as opposed to the blade. Even if they were for, a contract, like we know about places like the Tower issuing arms, don't we, for campaigns. So even if they were to fulfil that function, there's still going to be differences.
We don't even know, to be honest, whether these are French or English.
Oh, right. Right.
So there's nothing here stylistically. They could have been used basically all over the continent.
Ewart Oakeshott recognised the variations in the swords from his wide-ranging surveys of surviving medieval weapons. These Royal Armouries blades conform to his initial grouping by 3 broad types.
Of the 80 supposedly out there, most fall into 3 categories.
The powerful-looking Type A swords are the most numerous in the group.
This one here, being the largest category, is referred to as Type A, and it has this tapering, cut and thrust diamond section, sometimes with the hollowed out sides of the blade as well, and this downturned cross and heavy wheel pommel.
Fewer in number than the Type A's, the Type B's differ very slightly in design, but they still have the same recognisable characteristics.
That would be your classic Type B with the fishtail pommel, the straight cross with the bulbous ends, and the gradually tapering diamond section blade. So more of a thrusting specific weapon. And then the smallest group, of which I think is a group of 2, is the Type C ones, and that's with this pear-shaped or scent stopper pommel, similar cross to Type B's, and then triple fullered into diamond section blade.
Another of the Armoury's collection can be included in a third group, Group C.
What I find very interesting is this falchion type, but it's also a very, very, very fine falchion. It's not a sort of typical falchion like a clubbing sword
one, is it? No.
It is definitely a fine sword, but it's definitely a falchion as well.
You think of perhaps, you can think of some certainly earlier falchions that will almost being like a machete. That, as you say, is very, very fine. It's very delicate, and the clipped tip, as you can see, is quite exquisite, the line on it.
A falchion was a medieval slashing weapon. This single sword is perhaps the rarest of the whole Castillon group.
This is a gold decoration on the blade.
It could actually be a custom-made one-off, and there is none other like it.
Well, apparently, out of the apparent 80 that were known, this is the only falchion type. So,
medieval falchions overall are incredibly rare surviving, despite being quite often shown in art and things like that. Actual physical surviving specimens.
It's the compact Type A sword that Tim's drawn to.
Oh, that's really heavy. But if you look at the medieval manuscripts, you quite often see this very typical, very broad blade this end and very fine at the other end. And even some of the tombs have got swords engraved on that are very similar to this.
Variants of this type occur almost right through the 15th century.
I've seen so many illustrations, but to hold it and feel the weight of it, I mean, that is...
The form is a classic medieval fighting sword.
But is there any archaeological evidence on the blades that might tell us more about their use? Maybe in a battle, even Castillon.
In your opinion, do these look as though they've been used?
Some of them on the edges of the blades appear to give evidence of having been used, shall we say. But one might see those actually as just corrosion products. Whether a nick started it or whether it is just a corrosion product is hard to say.
Yeah, that's interesting, isn't it? Again, it's got a line across there.
Yes, I just noticed that in this light, actually.
Similar to that one, isn't it?
Turn it over and just see if there's a similar line on the other side.
I wonder if that's the length of the... Oh, there is, look.
There is.
Perfect.
Yes, there is.
So that's how long the scabbards were. That's interesting. They didn't go right to the hilt.
No, you'd have your metal mount.
Yeah,
That's the differential corrosion. Yeah.
Wow, that's quite nice.
I think that's a new spot, isn't it?
Several of the 80 swords, and now this one, show evidence that they were scabbarded when they went into the water. Does this help with trying to work out how they came to be there?
One of the main questions is what this collection is all about. Is it a collection of swords that was going to a battle? Is this a collection of swords that had been looted off the battlefield afterwards, collected up and then taken away from the battlefield? And so is there any evidence that the style and the type and anything else could answer that question?
The only thing that's always struck me is I find, hopefully with going to battle, they would be treated well. So you have silver decorated pommels, you have gold on the blades, bustling and jostling, if you like, alongside common soldier's sword maybe. And I find that a bit odd, but I can imagine if it's being after the battle scenario, everything is being bundled and jumbled together.
Because they don't belong to anybody anymore.
That's right.
They've just been taken away and pillaged, basically.
These 6 swords are like the whole of the Castillon group. Some expensive blades, some less so. Some may be used in battle, some probably not, and some at least scabbarded. So does it sound like they were looted, or something else?
We know they were in a river, or we presume they were in a river.
But we don't know, and that's the thing. If we knew how they were actually found, the groupings even may be able to... It could be that the swords that have similar pommels were all grouped together. We don't know.
Were they in fact battle-related, or is it possible these are similar because this was a dealer in swords, and this was his collection, and for some reason he got swamped in a river and lost the lot?
David Oliver, too, has come to favour this possible explanation.
One of the reasons why I think they're not battlefield finds is that because so many are they're not identical, but of the same type. So to my mind, they've been supplies from a maker or a supplier of munitions, which have been going to either Castillon, Bergerac or wherever, and just happened to be lost coincidentally in the Castillon region.
Can we even say the Battle of Castillon had any connection at all to the swords, given what the physical evidence tells us?
You as an archaeologist are more aware of this than perhaps others. That there was a battle just up the road from the alleged find site, so therefore these swords must be associated from the battle. Actually, there is no evidence for that. But given the traffic, it's a very busy river. It could just be total coincidence.
Back in London, Another of the Castillon swords prepares to meet a new owner. It's nearly time for the sale. Bonhams have never before sold a Castillon sword. With less than 24 hours to go, anticipation is building. The starting price of the piece is £8,000. Arms and armour collecting is a popular market.
You're selling into an educated audience, if you like, and yes, they appreciate the work the quality of work, and they appreciate the rarity, and they appreciate the fact that they have a historical connection very often.
So lots of anticipation about tomorrow?
Let's hope so. We're going to see.
Auctions like these are vital for museums to acquire their exhibits, but the arms and armour trade sometimes gets a bad press.
Sometimes I tell my friends, I'm off to an arms fair tomorrow or something, and they seem to think I'm going to go off and buy a jet fighter. And of course it's an antiques or antique arms fair.
The academic world can get a little bit sniffy about the whole commercial sales, buying and selling of these beautiful and interesting objects. And personally, I feel that's most unfair. By encouraging and spreading this interest, they bring in artifacts which we might otherwise not see, which the academics might not see, like the Castillon swords.
Swords themselves have a mystique, I think. There's something about them that elevates them above all other weapons, I think.
Like David Nicol, Clive Thomas researches and writes about historical items in the arms and armour trade. And he too is fascinated by the Castillon swords.
Yeah, the first time I actually got to grips with a medieval sword was actually one of the Castillon pieces. It was just superb, and I felt very privileged to be holding it. I think at that point, that was when my interest in the Castillon group was really sparked, I suppose.
Clive was well versed in the work of Ewart Oakeshott.
I was first aware of Ewart Oakeshott when I read his book, The Archaeology of Weapons. I still dip into it occasionally just for the sheer pleasure of reading it. Much later, I actually met the man, and I met him probably 4 or 5 times before he died, which was, I think, in 2002.
What was he like?
Very, he was very enthusiastic about the subject, basically. Very friendly, very approachable. And I remember when the very first time I actually met him, I was introduced to him by a chap from the Arms and Armour Society. And this guy took me over to Ewart, at the Park Lane Arms Fair, this was, and said, "This guy's just written an article which you've got to see." And Ewart opened the article up, said, "Oh, I say," and there we were chatting away like we'd been old friends for decades,
Ewart Oakeshott passed away in 2002. Over almost 3 decades, he'd written numerous articles and books about the Castillon blades. Yet the story wasn't complete, and still the swords kept appearing for auction. There were still blanks to be filled in.
After Ewart died, I was looking through these articles, and I thought, well, I think somebody really needs to pull it all together. And there was definitely a sense of a baton being passed, I think.
Clive continued the work of Ewart Oakeshott by starting out with his own research. His aim was to try to establish the true chain of events. It still wasn't known for sure when or even how the find occurred. He was able to establish some of this.
As far as I know, we pinned the year down to 1974 when they were discovered. They were discovered by, I think, a dredging company, as far as we can tell, anyway.
But where the dredging happened was another matter. Nobody seemed to know or want to tell. Even Oakeshott himself was coy on the matter in his articles.
The general area of the find place is known, though for reasons of security, its location may not be disclosed.
It was as if he couldn't really tell you everything, but he sort of cheated. He put just enough information in there, just so anybody in the know could actually determine roughly where these things were found.
There was a clue that the swords were found near a ford, and this, along with the apparent date and type of the swords, is how they came to be associated with the battle.
It's often thought that the find point was actually near the site of the battle, the 1453 battle. In actual fact, it was the other side of the town, further downstream.
This changed everything. Not the ford of Razin, which was close to the battlefield, but the ford of Jambard, just under a kilometre to the southwest. If true, this put paid once and for all to the idea of defeated English soldiers losing their swords in the ford as they fled. Clive found that Oakeshott seemed to be being fed snippets of detail about the find. He let slip clues in his articles.
It's interesting from the first articles where it was said that the swords were found in a wagon or something like that. And then he revised that in the following article to say that they were found in some casks, and later said that they were found in a barge. It's amazing seeing how the story develops.
A plausible picture began to emerge. Perhaps the swords have been collected after the battle, but it could have been before, or even years later. The swords were of types in use for much of the 15th century. They'd been loaded on board the river barge for transportation. By English or Gascon or by French troops, we don't know. Were they heading up or down river? Were they loaded around here? Perhaps spoils from the battle? We don't know. We do know, though, that valuable swords, packed together in a shipment, perhaps in great barrels below decks, would have been a serious commodity in the medieval arms trade of the 100 Years' War. But just how did they come to be in the river? Right up to his very last words in print on the subject, Oakeshott himself wondered this.
For all any of us know, other things from that boat may lurk beneath the water. But why did the barge sink?
Clive came up with something no one else had. The Dordogne is one of France's largest rivers, and it bears witness to an incredible and potentially destructive natural force. A tidal bore, a surge of water driven by the sea.
I was quite surprised actually when I learned of this particular natural phenomenon that nobody had actually mentioned it in any of the literature on Castillon beforehand. So I did a bit of research on it, and the way that tidal bores work, the one at Castillon is actually known as the Masquerade, and it goes all the way up the Dordogne to a point about several kilometres further than Castillon itself.
There would have been little warning. The tidal bore makes hardly any sound until it hits. If they weren't prepared, or if it was unusually strong, the Masquerade might easily have swamped or sunk a small craft. The barge and its cargo might also have drifted some distance before they sank into the mud of the Dordogne.
I find it very interesting that none of that information was ever mentioned by anyone beforehand, really.
In fact, why was so little known about the whole find? Even Ewart Oakeshott stated that he had to keep quiet on the matter.
We kept silence though, or some authority was anxious lest treasure seekers should come looking for more.
Again, Clive came up with an explanation.
I suspect the authority that Ewart mentioned was probably the French Navy. At that point there was a law in France which said that anything discovered in the river had to be investigated by them.
Castillon isn't too far from France's Atlantic coast and a major naval base at Bordeaux. In the early 70s, this was the height of the Cold War, so the French Navy had to be thorough.
I have it from various sources that they didn't just do a watching brief as such. They actually took pictures in the water, cordoned off an area, did a proper search. But quite what they learned is open to question because none of that information is currently available.
Until it becomes available, if ever, we'll never know if the 80 recovered swords were the only ones, nor whether anything else of the barge and its cargo remains undiscovered. At Bonhams of Knightsbridge, the auction reaches its climax with lot number 173, the Castillon sword. The starting price of £8,000 is quickly left behind. In the end, it takes just 35 seconds.
12,000 it is.
£12,000, and another of the extraordinary Castillon swords has a new owner. What would Ewart Oakeshott have made of all this?
I think Ewart Oakeshott would be delighted with the interest that is being given to these swords, and he'd be fascinated by the fact that more keep popping up, because he realised that this was not a straightforward case. It was an ongoing story, and maybe he's up there thinking, hey, keep at it, you're doing well, there's still questions to answer.
There's little doubt, though, that if it all happened again today, things would be very different.
I can't help but imagine what it would be like if somebody had found those swords today. It would be phenomenal. It would be unbelievable.
We'd now know hardly anything about the swords of Castillon, were it not for the arms and armour trade, and collectors and experts like David Oliver, who commissioned the articles by Ewart Oakeshott and Clive Thomas.
All the academic institutions use your articles as a reference.
Well, it's nice to think so. I mean, that's one of the objects of the exercise. That these are works of reference. You know, they're not something which you just look at and throw away. It's they are retained, and I mean, people are kind enough to refer to our articles, to our catalogues in auction catalogues, and articles and books which are written on the subject. So hopefully, it serves a purpose.
It beggars belief now completely as to how it was done. It just wouldn't happen these days. But the whole story it provides a really intriguing sort of mystery, I suppose.
We've now had 40 odd years, and the fact there's still a mystery to this story 40 years on, I don't think it's a good sign. I'll be optimistic and hope it will be resolved. I want it to be resolved, but maybe this is a mystery that will just go on and on.
One day, I hope somebody is going to do a proper archaeological investigation of the site.
An ancient land, echoes of a distant past, traces of a warlike culture.
They spend their life killing people and engaged in warfare.
A profession of arms, a martial life, born to serve.
The Gallowglass, they were terrifying.
Warriors who for centuries dominated, with armour, axe and sword.
Be swift, be brave, be sure on your feet.
An inspirational past.
Medieval Ireland, it's the land of legend.
Serving lords and kings and the names of their fathers. The warlords of Ireland, the Gallowglass. The medieval world. The 5th to the 15th century. Tim Sutherland is one of Britain's most experienced archaeologists. He and a team of specialists try to understand medieval life by exploring the realm of the medieval dead.
We have a classic view of the storybook medieval life. We don't hear the stories about the common man trying to keep his family alive. Archaeologically speaking, we can now focus in on the medieval dead people. You couldn't help almost look through their eyes thinking, what did they see? How did they die?
The Gallowglass were among the most fearsome of all warriors of the Middle Ages. Their appearance alone was awe-inspiring, designed to strike terror in their enemies' hearts. On the battlefield they were formidable, the prized elite force, the last line of defence, when there was no one else whom to turn. It was an ancestral calling, a lifetime of tradition and training, ritual and preparation, for the one great fight, which might one day be their last. Their world is all but lost to us now, veiled in myth, almost entirely lost to written records. Now we journey back through the centuries, examining the clues that remain, as well as new research, breaking new ground, bringing light on the lost way of life of the world of the Gallowglass, in the land of medieval Ireland.
Medieval Ireland to us now is like an alien landscape in many ways. It's very different to us, the Gaelic culture that a lot of places had. But yet we see it everywhere. It's something that we touch and experience in our wider landscape.
I suppose what I love about medieval Ireland is its complexity. I think when people look back on the Middle Ages, they think it is all simple and it's all black and white. But medieval Ireland, its layers and its complexities, they're continually unfolding before our eyes. And, you know, it's a wonderful, rich tapestry.
Medieval Ireland, really, it's the land of legend. It's so rich in its culture.
The history of Ireland is rich and varied, yet it's little known compared with Britain or other parts of Western Europe.
There are very few places in Europe that are as evocative as Ireland in the medieval period. It's a landscape that's almost still mystical in that it's not really well known about. It's right on the periphery of Europe. And of course the archaeology is usually seen as the Celtic period. It's the peripheral archaeology as well.
Written accounts are relatively few, so it's largely through this archaeology that we know what we know of Ireland's past. The evidence tells of strongly defined cultures, from the Bronze and Iron Ages, even into the early Christian era. Despite the great cloak of the Dark Age, these were the times of Gaelic myths and heroes. But it was the 10th century and the coming of the Norsemen that brought the greatest change. Viking Dublin was a major European settlement, a prosperous trading port. A century and a half later, after their conquest of England, it was the Normans who invaded, building hundreds of castles and cathedrals. Over the following 2 centuries, Ireland was divided between Anglo-Norman Irish and Gaelic Irish. Families and dynasties evolved on each side, traditional rivalries that would last hundreds of years. Even to those familiar with the story of medieval Europe, the Gallowglass are relatively little known, yet their fearsome reputation holds strong.
The Gallowglass is a very interesting form of troops from this later medieval period. It seems to be a development of a much earlier, perhaps Viking idea, which survives in certain areas, most notably part of Northern Ireland and the west of Scotland, probably of very localized significance, but then quite suddenly emerges on a wider stage, as it were, and axe-armed, pretty heavily armoured infantry, and big, they seem to be big fellas. They had a remarkable impact.
Trinity College, Dublin, Ireland's oldest university. It's home to the Book of Kells and many conferences on the story of medieval Ireland. Professor Sean Duffy is an expert on this period. He's devoted much time to studying the Gallowglass and their place in native Irish society.
If you're a student of medieval Ireland and you're interested in what makes medieval Ireland tick, you have to learn about Gallowglass and you have to factor them into your calculations, because they're there, that they begin to arrive into Ireland in the 13th century.
The late 1200s. A turbulent time in the turbulent history of Ireland and the British Isles. But where did the Gallowglass come from?
The word Gallowglass comes from the Irish words Gallowglass. Usually when you see that written down, it's translated as foreign warrior, because the assumption is these people came to Ireland and they were foreigners. But in fact, the Irish for the Hebrides is the Inche Gall, and Gallowglass means a warrior, or a vassal, in fact, a military vassal from the Hebrides. And in the Middle Ages, the Hebrides and most of Scotland was considered by the Irish to be part of the greater Irish world.
Ireland and Scotland, particularly the Western Isles, had both been colonised by Scandinavian Vikings through the Dark Ages. Now the wars between Norman England and Scotland, the wars of independence, caused great upheaval.
It might be to do with conditions in the Highlands of Scotland, where there's a lot of political turbulence, and especially in the period of the Anglo-Scottish War, the time of William Wallace and Robert the Bruce and so on, where, you know, factions within Scotland took sides, some lost out, and they had to find a new home for themselves, and they looked to Ireland.
Scots, dispossessed or just in search of new homelands. The kings of Ireland, losing their struggle against the Anglo-Norman invaders, welcomed these foreign warriors.
Irish kings, you know, they needed a new weapon in their armoury if they were trying to oppose the Anglo-Normans. And the Gallowglass provided the perfect solution to their problems. And in a sense, you can say, therefore, that they helped to tilt the balance in Ireland in favour of the native Irish.
The Gallowglass were the levellers in 13th century Ireland. They took root and dominated Irish battlefields of the medieval age. Battlefields, and also the politics of the Irish kings who employed them.
They weren't mercenaries in the sense that we tend to use the term as people whose loyalty was fickle, who could be bought and sold, and who did what their master's bidding. If you look at the activities of Gallowglasses throughout the ages in Ireland, they are very closely aligned with the political factions that exist in the country.
Generations of Gallowglass served the same political dynasties for hundreds of years. Name and honour were everything.
You don't hear, you hardly ever hear certainly, of them betraying the trust of their employer, selling their services off to the highest bidder. They are part of the factional politics of Gaelic Ireland and indeed of Anglo-Ireland, because after the Gallowglass have been in Ireland for 150 or 200 years, they are not just being hired by Irish lords, but by the descendants of the Anglo-Norman invaders of Ireland, these Anglo-Irish lords, and they work for them as well. So eventually, by the end of the Middle Ages, they have filtered all the way through the country.
External commentators who saw them emphasised how you couldn't compete successfully in Irish warfare unless you had a troop of Gallowglass at your disposal. Yet, as with so many aspects of the medieval world, the real details of the Gallowglass are mostly lost to us today, because they left almost no written records of their own. That's why archaeologist Tim Sutherland has come to Ireland to find out more.
To a certain degree, Ireland's a bit of a time capsule. You know, you drive across the landscape and you can see things in the landscape that have remained probably unchanged for hundreds or thousands of years.
There may be precious few documents, but the Gallowglass were encapsulated in another kind of historical record.
Our mental image of a Gallowglass comes from images of them that have survived, for the most part, on memorial stones. There are Irish kings whose graves are adorned by figure sculpture. In some instances, this records Gallowglass. And you might think it's an odd thing to have on a grave because it's showing soldiers in their uniforms. But if you think of the purpose of the effigy in question is to show the status of the king, and if you show him as being a man who had Gallowglass in his pay, you're adding to his status in the eyes of his community.
Connaught in Central Ireland. Roscommon Abbey was founded in the 13th century by King Felim O'Connor, who was buried here himself in 1265. It's not known if this effigy is the king himself or one of his successors. The carved front of the tomb shows the figures of 8 Gallowglass. Their appearance is striking, unlike any other medieval effigies. These aren't knights in suits of armour as we're used to. They're almost figures from fantasy. They wear the archetypal armour that remained the same for centuries. Long mail coat, bassinet helm, and each carries a sword or great axe. They're gaunt, staring, foreboding. This martial daring was a vital part of the Gallowglass ethos, and was reflected in every aspect of his appearance. The hair, short cropped, with a thick fringe or forelock, the glib, marked him out as an outlaw to the later English Tudors. His dress and equipment too were ritualised. The manner in which they were worn or carried hardly changed across centuries. The basic living garment was a linen shirt or tunic, dyed with saffron, called in Gaelic the lena. It could be made from many yards of material, with voluminous folds and sleeves for warmth. The Gallowglass went either bare-legged, red-shanked, or wore narrow woolen hose and leather shoes. Over the lena, he wore a knee-length arming jack, the cotoon, quilted and waxed by the gambeson or acketon of a medieval European man-at-arms. Perhaps the most expensive and prestigious part of the harness was the mail shirt. It was made of hundreds, thousands of riveted iron links and worn long to protect the thighs. This was called a lurach. It was fitted and belted, so the wearer wouldn't be slowed down or hindered in combat. A mail collar or standard, the scabble. The scian, like the Scottish scian dubh, was the sidearm, inscribed and individual to every man. But the other symbolic weapon, like any medieval knightly figure, is the sword. Helmets could be simple iron caps or skulls, or more elaborate conical bassinets, sometimes with a peak, and they were called the cathbar. The great two-handed axe, the tuath, was the symbol of Gallowglass power, the terror weapon on the battlefield, for whirling and smashing at armoured foes. The Roscommon tomb and others across Ireland show swords, and like the other aspects of the Gallowglass, they're clearly different to conventional European medieval blades, but they are similar to those from one nation. Scottish broadswords, like the great two-handed claymore, bear some resemblance to Gallowglass swords, perhaps a relic of the shared heritage of the two cultures. Yet the swords associated with Gallowglass are smaller than claymores. They're often finer, single-handers or hand-and-a-halves, called halflangs. Edinburgh swordmaker Paul MacDonald is more than familiar with Scottish blades. Now he's come to Dublin to learn about their Irish cousins.
Here, Paul, late medieval swords, and some of them you might be familiar with. So the National Museum of Ireland has probably the largest collection of Gallowglass weapons anywhere in the world, really, certainly anywhere in Ireland. These were all found in Ireland, but a lot of them could as easily have been found in Scotland.
Yeah, these are fantastic. I'm already here seeing crossover between the early medieval Highland styles from the halflang into the claymore. It's fantastic.
Yeah.
Great examples. Beautiful.
The Gallowglass and his weapons are usually thought of as being overbearing, for cleaving, anything but subtle.
The classic picture of Gallowglass that we get from the historical sources is of big men, big strong men wielding big swords, making a big flourish. And to some extent the archaeology, the actual surviving weapons, bears that out. We do have a number of big heavy swords. But the interesting thing is that we also have many swords of the same type, but that seem to point to something different because they're smaller, they're single-handed swords, and they're lighter.
Paul is intrigued by this. He suspects that there may have been more to the Gallowglass's martial skills than mere brawn. There might be a clue to this in a common feature seen in many of the museum's swords. Medieval blades have a weighted pommel at the end of the grip. It's a counterbalance to the weight of the blade, and it makes the weapon easier to wield. Yet many swords here have either no pommel remaining, or they're hollow, with no weighting at all.
I've seen evidence of the hollow pommels in certain Scottish and Highland swords especially. It's been suggested, certainly, yeah, where they lead filled or such.
Yes.
And there's one that I know of that's been x-rayed and found to be about 3/4 filled with lead.
That's interesting, that's interesting. We've no evidence of lead in any of our pommels to date, but it might be worth looking for it again.
Is it possible to have a closer look?
I think it might be, yes, yeah.
Great.
It'll be the first time ever that anyone's attempted to work out how it was made. Getting to grips like this with one of the precious few surviving Gallowglass blades is pretty special.
This sword was found in the River Barrow in County Kildare, just a bit south of Dublin.
It's an interesting form of pommel, I think really only seen on swords of this type of this period. To my eye, I'm already thinking about how this plays in the hand,
yes,
how this works in the hand.
Yes.
A light pommel to me would suggest a light blade, a light fast blade.
Yes.
A really effective cutting blade, be swift in the hand. I would imagine these were, pretty fearsome, fast, swift blades in their day.
Right.
To my eyes, this is what this is already saying, but there's really only one way to know for sure.
Sure.
Paul carefully records the sword. Though it's not survived completely intact, he'll take these measurements back to Edinburgh to begin the recreation. The potent image of the Gallowglass is prevalent throughout Irish folklore and beyond. Gallowglass appear in traditional art and literature, even in Shakespeare. And now these archetypal Irish warriors have a continued influence in film and television. Tim's come to Ballyjamesduff in County Cavan. He's here to meet Irish film industry armourer and prop maker, Boyd Rankin.
So how long have you been doing this then?
Oh, about 20 years now. I am by profession a retired pharmacist. I like to say I'm a retired drug dealer, but people look at you. I have a love of history, but more importantly, I have a love of making things. And history has provided the inspiration for the things that I make. I make weapons for film, for television, for museums, for heritage centres. Not just weapons, but we make other sorts of props and everything and anything. In fact, in some ways, a jack of all trades. When we're working in film and television, things like that, sometimes you want something a little bit oddball, something unusual. And that's where I've drawn the inspiration from Irish history. I'm also, I'm a wee boy growing up. I like all the things that go bang. I like bows and arrows. I like swords. So the whole thing has come together in where I am today.
So how does the medieval Gallowglass material inspire your work then?
Well, in fact, actually thinking about it, Irish is so unique. Style of dress, if you go back into native Irish and Irish weapons, some of the weapons that were used are not used anywhere else. And if we think of one particular very famous type of Irish warrior, was the Gallowglass.
Right.
I think of it, the vision people have of these big, hefty, strong men.
So from what you say, it appears that you're more rooted in the reality than the sort of fantasy side of this weapons and warfare.
Take something like Game of Thrones. We were working with various characters and various styles of weapons, and then there was the Mountain, Gregor Clegane, and he was big, and he had to have a big, impressive weapon. And when I saw the cast member in his costume, he to me, he was Gallowglass. He was huge. So immediately I thought, Albrecht Dürer.
Right, the Gallowglass picture.
The Gallowglass, the Irishman abroad. And so I made a very large Gallowglass sword, ring-hilt sword. The other thing that, well, I'm Irish. It's an American series being filmed in Ireland, and it was just that little stamp of Irishness into it as well.
A Gallowglass's days were taken up in preparation for what he could expect to face in the service of his client lord. Warriors might be quartered in a village or throughout a local area, depending on their duties. For battles, they were usually grouped together en masse.
When we think of a Gallowglass, if you hear of an army that has a troop of 80 Gallowglass, you have to double or triple or quadruple that, because each Gallowglass soldier had 2 or 3 boys who carried his weapons for him. Such was such were the weight of the mail coats that he carried with him, and the weight of the weaponry that he had with him. That they had a couple of these gillies or servant boys who did that. So they were probably apprentice Gallowglass themselves.
Each fully fledged fighter would be attended by at least 1 or 2 of these novices, sometimes known as Kern. Like squires to a knight, they were part of the Gallowglass's team, fetching and carrying, and maintaining his armour and weapons. But most importantly, they had to learn how to fight. Every day, they train in the martial skills required of a Gallowglass, sparring both unarmed and armed. Only when they'd mastered wooden weapons would they be allowed to train with steel, with swords or the axe. Very little else is known about the hard lives these men lived.
Even little things like how they were paid, and they were probably paid in cattle, which was the currency of Gaelic Ireland in the later Middle Ages. But how those cattle were then converted to an income for them, were they slaughtered, were they brought home? We don't know how the mechanics of that on the ground. We know that they were hired for a 3-month period at a time. The reward was given to the commander, and then he presumably fed his troops and maintained his troops. But the small print of it, it's completely lost to us at this remove.
The Gallowglass prospect had to learn the skills of patrolling and moving through the landscape, as important as fighting itself. Hunting was a natural means of training for this. They'd come to know the use of the bow, or the light javelin traditionally favoured by Gallowglass. All vital skills, for much of the military activity of the Gallowglass centred on raiding or counter-raiding.
For the most part, these are cattle raids. And if I march into your territory, I steal your cattle and I make off with them, then you're going to come after me. And so the really important positions in the army will be in the rear. That's the place of honour in an army. And that's where Gallowglass were. So the Irish Kern, they were in the vanguard making off with the cattle. They weren't up to much else. That was their function. It was the Gallowglass who came behind then, guarding the rear.
On the battlefield, it was the same.
These were guys who kind of stood their ground, one at a time. We know that they were very often used as the last line of defense. They were brought in maybe if things were going wrong and you needed to withdraw your forces. The Gallowglass are the guys who will make a stand when everyone else can get to safety behind them.
It was a role whose demands few would envy. It hardly mattered. This was a warrior caste, open only to the elite.
It's important to remember about Gallowglass that a person couldn't decide to become a Gallowglass. You know, couldn't apply for the job of being a Gallowglass and train. You were a Gallowglass because your father was a Gallowglass, whose grandfather was a great-grandfather. These are hereditary dynasties. We have to think of them like that. But to that extent, they are very typical of Gaelic society in Ireland because everything was hereditary. You know, there were hereditary families of lawyers, hereditary medical families, and indeed hereditary clerical families. You became a priest because your father was a priest and your grandfather was a priest. So they operated within the structures of Gaelic society.
Just as the vocation of Gallowglass was handed down through generations, so too were the bitter rivalries and feuds between clan, tribe or family, old scores to be settled when the time came.
As the Middle Ages wear on, the Gallowglass are found all over Ireland, and they're not just confined to the Gaelic lords. They work in the employ of the English lords of Ireland as well. A classic instance of that, for example, occurs at the Great Battle of Knockdoe in County Galway at the start of the 16th century.
Knockdoe, Knukdua, the hill of the axes, the time when many an old score was settled. Fought on the 19th of August 1504, this was the last and the largest medieval battle in Ireland. Tim's here to work with Irish archaeologist Damien Shields. They're planning a geophysics survey, but first they have to select which area to target. Frank Kearney and John J. Cronin are on hand to lend their historical and local knowledge.
When I turned up here, as someone who had an MA in history, I looked into the history of the local area and suddenly discovered that the biggest Gallowglass battle in Britain or Ireland took place on this hill right beside it, and everybody knew about it except me.
For me, I was always looking down at the top of Knockdoe Hill from once the day I was born because it was outside the back door. And I suppose sometimes people around the hill of Knockdoe have sort of expressed their, I suppose, dissatisfaction, for the want of a better word, that it has never taken its place in Irish history that many people sort of feel it should have, because it certainly was one of the single bloodiest battles that took place on one particular day, you know, in the case of Irish history.
This battle is on a scale that was not seen in Ireland before 1504 and would not be seen in Ireland again until the late 17th century.
Knockdoe was a meeting point between the old and the new, the end of the medieval era and the dawning of the post-medieval.
There's very few battles in Irish history where you have such an amalgamation of people from all over the country, and Old English, Irish. There's a real hodgepodge of what Ireland had to offer at that period.
You have Gaelic Irish and Old English on one side fighting Gaelic Irish and Old English on the other.
In one sense, this is a contest between two of Ireland's great lords. They align on either side their traditional allies. So both of them have native Irish allies fighting for them. And those native Irish allies in turn, of course, have their Gallowglass forces. So there are Gallowglass forces fighting on both sides in that battle.
You have a real mix of the type of troop types that you could encounter. You have things that you might call classically English weaponry, like the Old English had billmen, they had archers, but then we have the Gaelic Irish who have things like the Gallowglass. They have different types of archers, different types of cavalry between the Gaelic Irish and the Old English. So this real melting pot of military traditions coming together on the hill.
Backing up the documentary sources, the local evidence is encouraging.
All of the tradition and folklore and everything that has been handed down has been that the battle did start at this particular site on this side of the hill of Knockdoe, and that it literally went around the hill all day.
There's a lot to build a case for an initial geophysical survey, but Irish law is stricter than many countries when it comes to the protection of historic battlefields.
If there is weaponry on the site. The law in Ireland would state that it is the property of the state. So there are strict rules surrounding the excavation of archaeological objects and the ownership of archaeological objects. So what would be required is a well thought out research project with proper archaeological supervision. We're not talking just about treasure hunting or picking up nice objects. We actually want to get some knowledge and find out something about the Gallowglass and about the battle.
It will take some time for permission to come through. Meanwhile in Edinburgh, Paul MacDonald has started work recreating the Gallowglass sword.
We are only rediscovering this knowledge through close study of the original weapons. The sword makers were known to be the men that used earth, air, fire and water and commanded those elements and made them into a functional form that you could live or die by.
Working from the dimensions of the original, he estimates the full length of the blade and draws out its profile.
Yeah, this is giving the blade back its lost life as it has been broken, possibly in use. It's quite likely blades were known to break in battle through earnest use. These are men who were fighting for their lives and would have put every effort into that. So broken blades would certainly be a result of that kind of action.
He's already crafted the components of the sword's unusual hollow pommel.
The pommel is hollow on the original and there's no evidence of it being lead filled or such. The only reason that a pommel would be hollow would be if you already had a light and fast blade. And some of the early blades really surprise us in terms of the technology, the blade technology, the steel making technology that they were capable of in these days.
The original pommel had the remains of the brazing inside it. This is the means by which the iron components were joined together. For this process, Paul uses another skilled local artisan. Lonsdale and Dutch are one of the last coppersmiths in Scotland using traditional sheet metal working techniques and tools.
So you've been in business here for a while?
Yes, the shop's been here since 1813, so it's just over 200 years old. Lots of the tools are around about 100 to 150 years old.
Brazing is similar to soldering, only it requires a much higher temperature, using molten brass as the binding component. Then, back at MacDonald Armouries, it's time for what Paul spends most of his working life doing: the grind. It's taken several months, but full permission has been granted, so it's now time for the first ever survey of a medieval battlefield in Ireland to get underway. They'll use geophysics equipment, mainly a magnetometer, only it's guided by GPS, which means there'll be no need for grid lines and pegs, which can slow things down. Damien has secured approval to survey 2 large fields on the north-facing slope of Knockdoe Hill.
And the only anomalies that are in the way, you know, the only features are these 2 piles of cairns of rock.
Yeah.
So hopefully that'll help us orientate the survey as well by superimposing those onto the aerial photographs. And at least the field is a lot drier up here.
It is, yeah.
Because down there it's just like a bog. So it's quite well drained, it's quite firm underground.
Yeah.
So
no, it's perfect conditions.
Yeah, it's great.
Around 10,000 men came face to face somewhere here. Casualties are thought to have numbered between 1,000 and 3,000 killed, many more wounded. It was the bloodiest day in centuries. But over 600 years, the landscape has changed. How much? Tim and Damien have to try and find out.
The whole landscape has been subdivided into rectangular fields. And before that the whole landscape would have been presumably open, or mostly open. And in that case, we're talking about a very large area of moorland. There would be very few things in that moorland. There might have been a few enclosures for cattle pens, or even enclosures for where people lived. So what we can see now is almost certainly mostly later, over the last 200 or 300 years. So we would need to sort of peel everything away and see what was here in the late medieval, early post-medieval period.
For Damien and Tim, it's all slowly starting to make sense.
We know that there was one army located on the top of the hill waiting for the other to approach it. So if you were going to be coming up here, you have the slope behind you. It's absolutely ideal location from a military perspective, the impact of the charge and everything that you'd be looking for. So yeah, I don't have much doubt that we're almost certainly on the site of the battlefield where we are here. The big test will be whether we actually find evidence from it now in the survey results.
This is quite an old landscape. It's the upland area for what is an extensive area of marsh and bogland around it. And so this is one of the places you would choose to fight a battle, in an open area of moorland on firmer ground and on the lower ground below us.
Wherever they were on the hill, it didn't matter. Gallowglass on both sides, harbouring bitter rivalries generations old, sought each other out. Oaths were proclaimed, names were called out, blades were crossed. When the geophysics data is processed, Tim and Damien consider the results. They haven't found an obvious medieval wall lurking just under the surface, but the good news is that they think they've found a relic boundary, the shadow of an ancient division in the landscape, which might have been marked out as a boundary in medieval times.
That boundary continued through into the next field, yet we know that it doesn't appear that way by the middle of the 19th century. So that boundary predates by 1, 2, maybe into the 16th century that boundary existed.
And it used to be a lot straight going across the landscape, and we can prove that by looking at the geophysical survey. But we can't see it on anything else. It's not on any of the modern boundary maps or even on the older
But it does.
maps.
It really raises the potential, because it does appear to continue straight originally on the geophysics, that it could be a medieval boundary originally, which, you know, it's a possibility, and if so, there is a fair chance that it might have been on the battlefields on the day.
Yeah, in which case, the burning question obviously, is this the boundary we're looking for?
Yeah.
We know that it's an early boundary, and we know that there's ferrous material associated with it.
Yeah, our geophysical survey has really, I think, produced evidence exactly what we would have wanted. We've known that the key topographical feature on top of this hill was a low wall that was a key landscape feature during the battle. We have evidence here now for relict field boundaries that could well be medieval in date, and there's no reason why they may not be medieval in origins. Now, of course, it'll take further investigation for us to say, are these associated with the battle, are they contemporary with it? But lots of exciting questions, and I think it's definitely a real harbinger of things to come for what we can do on this site. There's a real potential here for us to find something significant relating to the Battle of Knockdoe.
Damien and his team will be back to continue the work they've begun at Knockdoe. At MacDonald Armouries, Paul has completed grinding the Gallowglass blade. He adds the finishing touch by hand, bringing a keen sharpness to the sword's edge using a stone. The final stage is to attach the sword's unique hollow pommel. The process of making the sword has caused Paul much thought, not just on what the original sword must have been like and how it was used, but also about what it meant to be a swordsman in medieval times, Scottish, Irish or otherwise. What it meant when your life was only worth what your skill with your steel bought.
This sword has provided a genuine insight into the martial culture of this time. The hollow pommel is the form is necessary for the grip. The ball of the thumb sits neatly right in here, and the thumb assists in pressing and pushing a cut forward. So this is part of the grip right here. So it only gives us 4 fingers here, which nestle in between this shape and this shape right here. So it really compresses the 4 fingers in to a very tight and secure grip, which for a sword this light and fast is exactly what you need.
The traditional image of the Gallowglass is of big warriors, whirling great swords. But this blade represents something more refined. It too speaks of lethal effectiveness on the battlefield, yet born of finesse rather than brute force.
This is a remarkable piece of engineering, and really it's been an exercise in minimalism. Minimalism in terms of the blade weight, the hilt, there's not much steel here, the grip and the pommel, the hollow pommel. So this overall results in a sword that is just a tiny shade over 1.5 pounds in overall weight in the hand. Really light and fast.
A fighter's culture, with form and custom to its martial arts. A way of life that existed for hundreds of years. With the end of the medieval era, the standards of society changed around them. Their days were numbered, but the Gallowglass remained the same to the end.
We have to remember about Gallowglass that these people could quite happily accommodate the fact that they spend their life killing people and engaged in warfare. I mean, if every person in the Middle Ages was denied the possibility of going to heaven because he had fought a battle at some point, heaven would be deserted.
Centuries of warrior tradition down through the ages. The bloody heritage, not only of Knockdoe, but many more forgotten hillsides of medieval Ireland.
We are standing on ground where people fought to death, because this was a battle where apparently there was a decision made that there would be no surrender. And every single one of the people who lost their lives all along the hill here, I mean, they all had families and they had loved ones they never saw again, but that's something that you tend to forget when it comes to a battle.
The Kingdom of Jerusalem, the frontier of the Christian world. A clash of faiths, a clash of arms.
The place was taken and the people were dead.
A race against time, a struggle for survival. The Holy Land, a holy war.
So they go down fighting, and there is slaughter.
An amazing story of conflict and of archaeology.
Yeah, it was very hard to stay calm.
The Knights Templar, dust and bones, the crusaders of Vadam Jacob. The medieval world, the 5th to the 15th century. Tim Sutherland is one of Britain's most experienced archaeologists. He and a team of specialists try to understand medieval life by exploring the realm of the medieval dead.
We have a classic view of the storybook medieval life. We don't hear the stories about the common man trying to keep his family alive. Archaeologically speaking, we can now focus in on the medieval dead people. You couldn't help almost look through their eyes thinking, what did they see? How did they die?
Vadam Jacob, or Jacob's Ford, lies on the Jordan River in northern Israel. The ruins today bind their secrets in silence. But in medieval times, this was the frontier not only between kingdoms, but also ideologies, religions. It was the scene of a terrible clash in the long and bloody story of the wars between the Islamic and Christian worlds that dominated the Middle East throughout the medieval period. The Crusades. The Crusades had their origin at the end of the 11th century. The westward migration of Muslim Seljuks led to Pope Urban II's call to recover the Christian East. Anyone who took up the cross would have their sins erased. A holy war. The army of the First Crusade was 100,000 strong, mostly French and Norman knights, soldiers and peasants. They pillaged across Eastern Europe and into Palestine, finally besieging Jerusalem. In July 1099, the Holy City fell. The Crusaders massacred defenders and inhabitants alike, Muslim and Jewish, men, women and children. The Temple Mount was said to be drenched in blood. The Kingdom of Jerusalem was born.
It is amazing. There's no other time like it in the medieval period. And it's also quite tragic. It's a war about religion.
In 1179, the Kingdom of Jerusalem was around the same age as the modern state of Israel is today. There was a delicate power balance across the frontier of the Jordan Valley. All that was to change, though, when King Baldwin IV set in motion plans to build a new stronghold on his kingdom's frontier. A fortress that could drastically alter the strategic status quo. The castle of Vadam Jacob was the result. Archaeologist Tim Sutherland of England's University of York has studied many medieval sites, but so far none relating to the Crusades.
The history is amazing enough, but the archaeology is opening up a complete new dimension about what we know about the Crusades.
It's the first time Tim's been to Israel, walking in the footsteps of the European Crusaders, who came here more than 800 years ago.
First time I've been in Israel, it's fantastic, I love it. It's a very interesting countryside, isn't it? I mean, it's very undulating. We're really high up here. I don't know how many thousand feet we are up above the river valley we've just come up from, but it's a steep climb, so I'm looking forward to having a walk around.
Tim's heard about the amazing wealth of archaeology that Israel has to offer, dating from the earliest prehistory and biblical times, through to almost the present day. Now he's here to see for himself.
Israel's such a small country, really, but there is so much archaeology from so many different periods. We're talking about the biblical period, Byzantine period, all the way through the Romans to the modern day. And there's traces of all those cultures in every bit of it.
Nowhere is Israel's archaeology more apparent than in the golden city itself, Jerusalem.
Yeah, Jerusalem has an attraction unlike anywhere else, so it's difficult to sum up how impressive it is, really. Also spiritually, rather than just, it's not just another tourist site. This is like one of the holiest places on earth to a lot of people.
You know, there are churches, there are mosques, there are sites that I've only ever read about in books and seen pictures of. And so it's very humbling in some ways. You know, here I am, and it's taken a long time to get here, but it's very impressive.
What's brought Tim to Israel is the groundbreaking archaeology at the ruin of Vadam Jacob, 100 miles north of Jerusalem. On the way there, he wants to take a look at another Crusader castle in the same region. Joining him on the journey is medieval historian and author Dr. David Nicol.
For somebody who has a passion for history, especially for Middle Eastern history, this part of the world just grabs you. For me, I fell in love with it. I love the local culture, I like the food, the climate is generally good in terms of allowing you to do stuff, unless you go in the winter. Yeah, I fell in love with it. It's that kind of passionate place.
Like most castles here remaining from the period, this one too is now a ruin. But enough of it's left to give an impression of how a major stronghold on Jerusalem's frontier appeared during the late 12th century. In fact, this was the toughest and most impressive Crusader castle in all the Holy Land, the fortress of Belvoir. There were many smaller castles and fortified manors scattered across the Crusader kingdom. Most were held in the name of the king by Crusader barons or knights. But Belvoir was different. It had been built by one of the new Crusader forces in the Holy Land, the Knights Hospitaller. The castle was built from black basalt and white marble, and would have been visible for miles.
Black Castle, it's a bit sombre, it's a bit grim, but my goody, it's effective. They are using some white, a small amount of white, but it's for decorative purposes, arches, things which need to have attention drawn to them.
And also it's a Hospitaller castle, and they're
black and white.
They're black and white.
Probably making a statement with the materials immediately at hand anyway.
Over the years, many of the original Crusader knights had returned home, leaving the kingdom overstretched in defending pilgrim routes and cities. A new force had come into being to fill this vacuum. Religious orders of knights sworn to fight for the cross. Among the most notable were the Knights of St. John, the Hospitallers, and those who began as the Order of the Poor Knights of Christ and the Temple, the Knights Templar.
The thing about the Templars, and to some extent the Hospitallers, they didn't do anything else really at this stage other than fight. They just dedicated themselves to holy war. And as such, they became very, very effective professionals.
It was the Templars who urged the King of Jerusalem, Baldwin, to build a new castle on the frontier, deliberately threatening Muslim control in the area. Vadam Jacob was the result. It was to be a huge stronghold, perhaps the largest ever built in the Holy Land, larger even than the Knights Hospitallers' own great base at Belvoir. A powerful new castle, built at the urging of the fanatical Templar order. The Muslim enemies of King Baldwin of Jerusalem could not let this stand.
Vadam Jacob is a day and a half horse ride from Damascus. So anybody who has sat on horseback knows that a day and a half in the medieval period is not going to end you up with saddle sores even if you've never been on horseback.
Things had changed across the eastern frontier too. A new star was on the rise in the Muslim world. His name was Saladin.
Saladin, that is Saladin, rose to power dramatically and quickly, but it's not a case of coming from nowhere. He had a background, a launch pad, which he was able to use, and fortunate in that the circumstances enabled him to establish a dynasty. He came to power at the right time for himself.
Saladin's first move is perhaps surprising to us now, as we imagine the Crusades as a religious war of bitterly opposed ideologies.
Saladin did try and solve the problem by using diplomacy. He came with a very, very generous offer to the king and said, I will buy the fortress from you. He doesn't throw a sum of money. He actually calculates how much It cost the Crusaders to build the fortress up until that minute. And when they declined the first offer, he comes with a bigger offer, and he offers to buy it in order to solve the problem without sending the troops.
Maybe the Crusaders knew Saladin was facing famine in his own land and could ill afford to go to war. The offer was refused. In spring 1179, Saladin launched an attack on Vadam Jakob, but it was badly handled, and the Crusaders held out easily, so the Muslim force had to withdraw. Just weeks later, the curtain wall was completed, at least enough for the castle to be declared complete. The king's army returned to Jerusalem, leaving the rest of the construction under direct command of the Templars. Saladin licked his wounds, learned from his mistakes, and later that year, he struck again.
It's important to remember that when Saladin attacks the fortress in August, it's the second time he's been there. But by August, when the shell of the fortress is already built, so many of the army, actually, a lot of them already leave the site. So the majority of the people at the site are actually workers, builders, carpenters, and they're really caught with their pants down. They did not expect Saladin to return and try and take the fortress.
Saladin knew he only had 5 days to take the unfinished castle. That's roughly how long it would take a relief force to arrive from the nearest Crusader city, Tiberias. Everything had to happen like clockwork.
I think he calculated every move. I don't think he left anything to chance. I think he knew it would take Baldwin IV a long time to get his forces together. I also think he probably knew that they will be surprised that he's returning. So he had more advantages here than the Crusaders had.
5 days. All the Templars could do was keep building and hope to hold out. The stage was set. This time, Saladin intended to have his way. Vadam Jakob would fall. People knew there was a castle at Vadam Jakob, but no one had ever investigated it. Ronnie Ellenbloom grew up fascinated by his country's richness in history and archaeology.
I think the first time I became interested in the history of the Crusades was when I was 14, hiking in the north of the country and visiting the castle of Montfort. The place was just beautiful.
He was captivated and began to study Crusader castles. In the 1990s, Ronnie mounted the first expedition to Vadam Jakob. He quickly realized it was an ambitious undertaking, so he pulled together a team of people from all over Israel. Archaeologists, geologists, historians, many of whom had never worked on an excavation before, let alone at a Crusader castle.
I remember hearing about Vadam Jakob the first time and thinking, what an amazing story. It's something that's almost too good to be true. And I really couldn't wait to get on site and have a look at it all. It sounded fantastic.
The excavations took place over several years. For all concerned, it was a labour of love, a fantastic opportunity. Like many of the archaeologists involved, Kate Raphael was just starting her career.
It was one of those strange coincidences. I was staying on a kibbutz nearby the fortress. I was already studying archaeology, and somebody on the kibbutz said, there's an excavation just below, go and see. And I hopped over to have a look, and they were in need of an archaeologist, and I got the job without an interview, without anything. They just needed somebody for the season.
It was hard work, but the team was young and enthusiastic, especially to be working on such a once-in-a-lifetime site.
I think the team was unique. There was a very strong buzz of this go, 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 go.
Surviving Crusader castles were usually reused over the centuries, stripped clean of most of their medieval archaeology. But Vadam Jakob wasn't like this. Beneath a top layer of earth, Kate, Ronnie and the others found the ruins left by the 1179 siege.
When the artifacts started surfacing and the story became more evident and we could match the historical sources with what we were finding, it was like, yeah, it was very hard to stay calm and everybody was just, there was this ongoing excitement, which is very hard to maintain in sites.
It was a compelling story, ready to be unlocked, and the tale of a bloody siege told. The builders of Vadam Jakob, carpenters, quarrymen, stonemasons, hundreds of them from all over the kingdom, knew their only chance was to try and get the fledgling fortress to a state where it could withstand assault. Saladin couldn't allow Vadam Jakob to be completed. His only chance was to eliminate it before it was finished. Finally, Tim arrives to see Vadam Jakob for himself. It's several years since the last archaeological work on the site.
Well, there's more existing than I thought from the photographs I've seen. I was expecting it to be a lot sort of smaller and lesser in stature and stuff, but it's quite tall. It's still a lot higher than I thought it'd be. Obviously, a lot of it's still buried, which is amazing, really. I mean, the earth is still pouring down off the top, covering the majority of the walls. So it looks like most of it hasn't actually been excavated, which is surprising. I thought most of it had been excavated. There's obviously a lot of damage to the top. A lot of the facings come off the top, but the inner core's still there. And it's really impressive. And the ashlar blocks are fantastic. They're really nicely formed and very closely fitted together.
Vadam Jakob is in a completely different kind of location, though, to Belvoir or other Crusader castles.
It's a very odd place to have a castle because obviously it's overlooked on that side by the hill, and it's overlooked on this side by the hill as well, which is bizarre because obviously usually you'd have a big promontory and you were on the high ground. This is finally it. I finally get to see it. You see photographs of these places and it never does them justice because obviously you're not in the country itself. You've not got the atmosphere around you. And suddenly here you are in the middle of a Crusader castle and you know exactly when it was built, defended, and within a very short time it was actually destroyed. And then everybody just moved on. It was never rebuilt, refortified, or even most of this rubble. There's no significant buildings all the way around here, so even the rubble, which is normally stolen and moved away to build houses and things, it was never really used. So it's in remarkable condition. And the blocks here are just like almost the day that they were made.
Much of the site is still buried, so it's not as easy to interpret as the more obvious ruins of Belvoir. But this gives it unique value for archaeologists.
The thing I found most important about this site is it's a castle that's not been finished. There are gateways that are unfinished and there are buildings that are unfinished.
It's one of the skills of an archaeologist to try and work out how all these clues fit together.
It is like a three-dimensional puzzle. And as soon as you get the first pieces, you start putting the puzzle together. And the more of the puzzle you put together, the more of this sort of bigger picture emerges. But you can't help but find other pieces and try to fit them in. And that's the complicated side of archaeology, because there are always more pieces to put into it.
It's not just the remains of architecture. At Vadam Jakob, you're walking on artifacts all the time. It is amazing, but it brings its own problems for archaeologists.
Everywhere you look on the ground here, there's pottery, and it's not just from one period. It seems to be pottery from a number of different periods. The problem is, where do you start? And you should start by cleaning the surface up and removing every single piece of pottery and then recording where you found it. But of course, when it's this abundant, it would drive you crazy. But you should do it that way, and then of course you can find out what's on the surface, and then as you dig down stratigraphically as you go deeper and deeper, hopefully all those different periods of pottery changes as you go deeper. So you can then work it backwards, who was there first, who was second, third, fourth, until eventually you get to today. But every time somebody digs a hole from the surface all the way down to the bottom and then backfill that hole. All that stratigraphy, all those bits of pottery get jumbled up. And the trouble with a castle like this is that everybody's digging holes everywhere. They come to the top of a hill, they think, this is a great place for a castle. And then they start digging holes and digging vaults underground and then building walls up and then filling the rooms inside to get a nice flat floor. So all that stuff just gets put back in and spread around nice and evenly. So of course everything is of all the different periods inside that floor level.
Fortunately, the story of Vadam Jakob is very well documented in historical accounts. It's known that the site was abandoned immediately after the siege. So that gives a definable moment in time to work backwards from.
We know that these people died on a certain date in history, almost within a few hours, and that's really crucial. It's almost like a shipwreck. Ship sailing across the sea, suddenly something happens, catastrophic event, the ship goes down, and then if you come and discover that ship hundreds of years later, you can do the archaeology of the ship and you can find out exactly what was on that ship on that day when it sank.
Saladin's first move was to encircle Vadam Jakob, sealing it off. His archers launched a relentless hailstorm of arrows at the defenders, harassing their every move. There was no time for siege engines to knock the walls down, so instead he mined under them. For 3 or 4 days, both sides toiled hard, the Crusaders throwing up barricades and any kind of defence they could, the Muslim attackers scraping away at the foundations of the walls. Then there was a great roar, smoke and dust. The Muslims had broken in. Part of the north wall collapsed in an avalanche of masonry and fire, and a savage fight over the burning breach followed. At about the same time, they also attacked the south gate.
There is desperate fighting here. There is a break-in, but at the same time, there's a break-in at the other end. The castle falls from both sides, people making desperate stands, still perhaps hoping against hope that the king's army, the King of Jerusalem's army, is going to appear over that Thar hill, because he was only a day away. And we're talking about later perhaps in the day, he's only half a day away. So this isn't despair until, you can say, almost the last few minutes. They're not coming to rescue us, so they go down fighting, and there is slaughter.
Kate and the other archaeologists picked their way methodically through the remains of this epic battle. They returned year on year, gradually gaining an understanding of the complex site. It was painstaking work, usually in the hot Israeli summer.
There are many, many, many days where you're just moving dust and stones from one part of the planet to another part of the planet, and you find absolutely nothing. Whether you're working with radars and the satellite photographs and the aerial photographs, and still the bucket and the spade cannot be replaced. There's nothing you can do about it. It's just, you have to have patience, and if there's one thing I really learned is go and get yourself more than a handful of patience, because that's the only way to do it.
And that patience paid off. No other site in Israel from the Crusader period, in fact from almost any medieval castle anywhere, has yielded such evidence. At the Israeli Antiquities Storehouse in Bet Shemesh, Kate Raphael shows Tim and David just a small selection of the many hundreds of individual artifacts that were recovered. There's evidence of the furious work that went on to complete the fortress.
Most of our metal artifacts belong to the world of building, quarrying.
We definitely seem to have a full range of not just building material, but quarrying material as well. If we've got the wedges that split the rock open.
Our quarries are about 5 minutes walk from where the fortress is being built. So we have this wedge here, which is really still very heavy. And several of them were actually found in the quarry itself.
And those are actually used to crack the building stone open from the bedrock.
So most of your of the masonry work is done in the quarry in order to reduce the weight of the stone. So by the time they arrive on the site, you've got the stone almost ready to be fit in its place on the wall.
There were all sorts of tools, echoes of artisans and labourers who found themselves caught up in a vicious battle for survival. And some would have been very familiar to the archaeologists who excavated them.
So this is, as far as I'm concerned, a typical trowel that we would use today, except in terms of the scale. So the only person who would use that today would be a builder who would lay bricks. He'd need a big blade to put more mortar on top of the bricks. But in terms of the scale, it's exactly the same as the ones we use today. And that's fantastic in that they have obviously found it useful, and this same implement is still useful today to do exactly the same job. But in terms of the context we're talking about here, this could also be used as a weapon.
Yeah, it's definitely heavy enough and lethal enough.
And if you were desperate enough.
Tools which might have been used in bitter self-defense. But what about weapons?
One of the enigmas we had is that we have 95% of our artifacts belong to the world of building and construction, and we have very, very few weapons here. What we think happens is that a lot of the weapons are worth a lot of money, and after the battle is finished, the people who won comb the site of the fortress, and they collect everything. And what doesn't fit them, they just take back to the market in Damascus and they sell it. So there's a lot of weapons that are gathered from the battlefield, and by the time archaeologists arrive in the field, very little is left.
One thing I've noticed is that you do have hundreds, if not thousands, of these arrowheads.
Over several seasons, hundreds of arrowheads were eventually recovered. Most had been shot into the defences by Saladin's archers. Arrowheads, each one representing a shot in anger at a living opponent. Splinters that remain of the fury between mortal opponents.
When we were excavating them, we were just like finding them all over the place. And to an extent that one of the archaeologists came to me, and it was quiet, everybody had gone to breakfast, and he had said, "Kate, can you hear them?" I thought, oh no, he's got sunstroke. But really, there was just so many arrowheads that you could actually, if you did close your eyes and use your imagination, you could hear them whistling by you.
Much of the work focused on the southeastern corner of the castle, a complex maze of foundations and unfinished structures, all subsequently razed or buried after the Muslim siege. Slowly they made sense of the architecture.
Along the eastern side of the fortress, there was a huge corridor that stretched for about 150 meters. Now this was divided into sections, and the entire 150 meters had a vault on them.
The huge vault or hall would have resembled the one inside Belvoir, only much larger. It would have been at the core of a giant castle.
The castle is impressive now, but if it had been finished, it would have been enormous. And not only that, it would have been dominating the whole landscape around it. And in that respect, it would have had an influence on the surrounding landscape and the surrounding region. You can't underestimate how important that castle would have been in that location at that time. It might have changed events completely if it had been finished, but it never was.
Instead, the fledgling vault became a graveyard.
What happened was that at the end of the battle, Saladin destroys the vault and all the stones fall on whoever was dead or dying beneath them. What he does, as far as an archaeologist is concerned, he freezes a period, and nobody ever walks into that period until we arrive on the scene.
There's even rare evidence all around this area of makeshift defences as the crusaders prepared for the end.
Here you can see I will call it barricade. You see that someone was trying in the last hours to defend himself, hoping that he will see the help coming from I don't know where.
Help definitely wasn't coming. The relief column never made it to Vadum They were on their own. Late on the 5th day, they made their last stand.
Some people get trapped in this corner and they go down fighting. I mean, what else can they do? Beg for mercy? At this stage of a siege, you don't get mercy. If they break in, you die. And if you're going to die, you try to take some of them with you. So you can imagine desperate close quarter fighting here with close quarter weapons, swords, sabers, axes, spears, maces, you know, whatever they've got. Trowels, spades, remembering that quite a lot of these people were just simple labourers. They got trapped here. So they're going to go down fighting, even if they know that any hope of rescue is gone. But this is where they're going to sell themselves dearly.
We're archaeologists. We just pick through what's left. But for them, it was real, and there was nowhere to run.
What was left was a grim reminder of the reality of medieval conflict.
And here you can see all the area we excavated. We excavated all the slaughterhouse, all the common grave.
After the battle, this corner of the site became a charnel house.
The place was on fire. People were carrying dead bodies and throwing them here.
Across this area, tangled among the rubble of the collapsed walls of the unfinished vault, were more than a dozen skeletons. But to the archaeologists' surprise, they weren't just of humans, but of animals too. For the team at the Archaeozoological faculty of Jerusalem's Hebrew University, this was the kind of opportunity they'd always dreamed of.
Ronnie called our lab, it was in Jerusalem, and asked us to come and see what he got in Vadum Yaakov. And then we came and we saw a beautiful excavation with a lot of equid bones.
Equids, horses, donkeys, mules, are the horse family, among the most important animals of the medieval period. And here they could be tied to a solid date and context. That's extremely rare. Perhaps one of the most groundbreaking aspects of all the work at Vadum Yaakov.
I think that the excavation of the horses and the humans, from my point of view, are the most important, because there you can get most of the information, or you can have information that you can't get from the walls themselves. So after the excavation, you know, the first thing is just to sort out the bones and see what you have.
We found at least 10 equids. And it was very difficult to say which one is a horse or a donkey or a mule.
Hadass Motro worked out that there were 2 or 3 horses. It was difficult to be certain. The rest were mostly mules, the utilitarian beasts of burden on a medieval site.
So if you look at the mules, probably the mules were used to carry the stones from the quarry into the castle. And the horses were used for the battle.
Horses from medieval battle sites are very rare. And here there was an opportunity to unlock one of the mysteries about Crusader, perhaps even Knight Templar horses.
Once we identified the horses and separated them from the mules, there were 2 questions that we wanted to answer. First is which breed, whether it was a local breed like Arabian horses, or whether it was a European breed like a Shire or a big horse that we know the knights used to ride on. Once we know the breed, we wanted to know whether they were born in Israel and raised in Israel, or whether they were brought from Europe over to Israel.
Gila and Hadass tried extracting ancient DNA from the bones as part of a wider study on the origin of Crusader horses. It was only partially successful, maybe due to the burning of the bones during or after the battle. But when they combined what data they had with other techniques, they were more successful.
We did some isotope analysis, and with the isotope analysis we could differentiate between some of the equid remains in the site. We compared it to Icelandic horses that we knew that they are definitely from Europe. Nobody really knew exactly how many horses or which horses did the Crusades bring to Israel, and whether they came to Israel and then conquered or bought some local horses and they rode local horses. We found that most of the horses that we found were actually Arabian or local horses, and few were European draft horses.
Pathology showed how the animals suffered, both in the battle and the aftermath.
Some of the horses had a very bad death. They were, they weren't killed at the site. They were wounded, brought into the castle, and it took them a while until they died. You use animals for war. Today you have tanks or other machineries that you use, but that was the time.
As well as the animal bones, the collapsed vault also contained human skeletons. All of them were male, and all had been burned like the horses, meaning the profiling couldn't be conclusive. But they all shared characteristics present in European and Middle Eastern DNA. Crusader workmen, soldiers, or even knights. Maybe Templars, we'll never know. But the archaeologists were amazed to find that one had a secret he'd kept concealed for more than 8 centuries.
One of them had a stack of coins under his armpit, and the coins are actually dated to the exact date of the castle, so that helps also date the remains.
Somehow Saladin's troops had missed out on a bonus. Maybe the Crusader was already burning, or covered with rubble. All the skeletons showed signs of violence. One in particular had severe facial wounds.
When you look at the skeleton, you could see a trauma. It was either somebody used an axe or a hammer or something to hit his head, and probably that's what caused his death.
They were very young. One of them, we think around the end of the 20s, 27 maybe. And they were healthy and young, and he was very tall, one of them, really warrior or something, I don't know. The battle that face to face, it's very brutal, and it's very hard to see. It's not a pleasant scene to see, It's you can feel the battle there.
This corner of Vadam Jakob saved the last of its secrets until the very end of the excavation.
There's something about archaeology. You can be there for days, weeks and months, but you know what's going to happen.
According to Murphy's laws, the best finds come at the last moment, at the last day of the excavation, when you're already folding up all the material and everybody is dying to get home. And we found a skeleton, and we were slowly removing the dirt that was accumulated around the skeleton. And when we got to the skull and the vertebra, so there were arrowheads stuck along the vertebra, he was cornered in a place where he couldn't escape from, and he was shot at.
The feeling was that he knew that it's very easy to kill him, but I don't know why he just wanted to shoot again and again and again. So the picture that we saw, it was a person just lying, a skeleton just lying like this in the corner, and then a lot of arrowheads.
I remember thinking, wow, this is really great, and with all the adrenaline and the excitement. And then I remember this cold shiver running down my spine, thinking, oh, wow, this guy was walking and he was breathing one. And yeah, so it's that mixture of feelings that goes through you. And it was really like diving into the battlefield in the full sense of the meaning.
Of those not killed in the fighting, the lucky ones faced enslavement. Probably only the skilled labourers who would be of use to Saladin. For the rest, especially the Templars, there was no chance.
In actual fact, this proved to be extremely bloody. When the castle fell, as far as we can tell, the people in it were wiped out. Certainly members of the elite, and especially the military orders, and in this case the Templars, they could expect no mercy because they had dedicated their lives to fighting against Islam. And as such, it'd be unrealistic to expect to be accepted, even if they tried to surrender, which they very rarely did.
Over around 2 decades, Ronnie Ellenblum's extraordinary project has perhaps added more to the archaeological record of the Crusades in Israel than any other.
Vadam Yakov is an amazing site. It's changed the way we look at the Crusades, not just archaeologically, but on a human level.
Medieval war is very, very bloody and very full of... when you see it actually happens, I mean, you know, and you think, but when you actually see what they did to each other, it puts modern wars also in different, I mean, but it was one-on-one. It was not a mass killing of millions, but I don't know. For me, all these types of violence I don't like it. But it's my profession to investigate ancient massacres, not modern ones. And that's it.
The capture of Vadam Yakov was Saladin's first major victory. Within a few years, he defeated the Templars once and for all at the Battle of Hattin and recaptured Jerusalem for Islam. The Crusaders never again took the Holy City, and nobody ever again tried to build a castle at Vadam Yakov. Waterloo, 1815. One of the most decisive battles in history, and one of the bloodiest. Napoleon's final bid for glory as the Emperor of France. Destroyed at the hands of Wellington and the Allies. But what happened after the fighting, when the guns stopped firing and darkness fell across the battlefield? What happened to the Waterloo dead? The battle took a single day. By evening on June the 18th, 1815, more than 50,000 men lay dead or wounded. French, Prussians, Dutch Belgians, Hanoverians, British. Too often the memory of the battle is blurred by its iconography. Emperors, eagles, glory. Unlike the wars of the 20th century, or of today, Very few of those killed were memorialised, usually just officers or a few celebrated individuals. Most of the dead have never been found. No mass graves on the battlefield ever discovered. Tim Sutherland is known for his work on the medieval period, but he specialises in battlefield archaeology. And Waterloo is one of the most well-known battlefields of all.
So Waterloo's possibly one of the most famous battles in European history, and it led to some extent, it led to the formulation of the Europe that we would recognise today.
It was through his work researching the battlefield of Agincourt that Tim discovered the character who would spark his interest in Waterloo. The 19th century antiquarian, John George Woodford. Woodford had excavated a mass grave at Agincourt in 1818, making him perhaps the first known battlefield archaeologist. But also among his papers were records from his own experience of battle just a few years previously. Tim found that Woodford had served as a British Army officer in the Napoleonic Wars, which culminated in 1815 when Bonaparte escaped from exile on the Isle of Elba and returned to take on once more the European powers. The campaign became known as the 100 Days. The veteran French soldiers flocked back to their eagle standards, and Napoleon launched his reformed Grande Armée in a lightning bid to capture Belgium and the Low Countries. Standing in his way were the Allied British and Prussian armies. Falling back, they fought off Napoleon at Quatre Bras and Ligny before bringing their armies together to stop him once and for all. The British and Allied commander, the Duke of Wellington, chose his position defending a shallow valley astride the main road a few miles south of Brussels. Woodford, a lieutenant colonel, was a staff officer during the campaign. One of his jobs would have been to carry dispatches between his division and the commander-in-chief. Wellington's headquarters before the battle were here in the nearest town, Waterloo.
I'm now walking in John George Woodford's steps yet again. Here we are at the command centre of the whole of the British Army. Wellington's sitting at his desk. Woodford walks in, hands Wellington a dispatch. "What's your reply, sir?" Wellington would have said, "I'm sorry, there's no time for a reply. The French have cut the road. You're not going to go back. You are going to join me as an aide. And not only that, but we're about to move off onto the battlefield."
All day, Wellington's 68,000 men held out against repeated attacks from Napoleon's 73,000. Finally, in the early evening, the French Imperial Guard, the most feared troops in the world, were defeated, and with them, their emperor. One of the first things Woodford did after the battle was write to his brother Alexander, also at Waterloo, one of the officers who commanded the defence of Hougoumont, a vitally important farm and chateau where British and Allied troops held out against overwhelming odds. At the time of his death in 1879, John George Woodford was said to be the last surviving British officer from Waterloo. In 2013, the 200th anniversary of Waterloo was still 2 years away. This would be an important landmark in European history, yet little archaeological research had ever been done there.
I'd heard a lot about what was happening at Waterloo, and with the anniversary coming up, I thought it's important that somebody actually acknowledges the fact that there is battlefield archaeology.
The battlefield is relatively untouched. Apart from the Great Earth Monument built in the 1840s, the Lion Mound, it's still mostly open farmland, just the same as in 1815. But one famous part of the battlefield had changed over the years. In fact, it had almost crumbled away. Hougoumont. least 600 men are thought to have died in the fighting here. The farm and buildings had always been one of the most evocative parts of the battlefield to visitors. They seemed hardly to have changed since 1815, but by the early 21st century they'd fallen into disrepair, and with the passing of the last tenant farmer, had become virtually derelict. It was alarming enough to cause a group of people to take action. Project Hougoumont was formed to protect, preserve, and hopefully restore the site.
There was a lot of talk about renovation at Hougoumont Farm, in that they wanted to put it back into a stable condition, but nobody was talking about the archaeology of the farm at the time.
Project Hougoumont faced a challenging enough schedule to have the site ready in time for the bicentenary. But the proposal of an initial archaeological survey helped with their remit to broaden the understanding of the site, and was approved. Tim and his team from the University of York prepared to go from medieval to Napoleonic and headed to Waterloo. When they got there, they were taken aback at how quickly things were moving.
When I arrived on site, it was evident there was huge amounts of activity. There were people rebuilding things, there was new roofs going on, new windows, etc. But it was alarming that there was no archaeological work apparent on the site at all. One of the problems is that it's a huge piece of land, and so what we thought we'd better do is target specific areas, analyse those in detail, hopefully get some more information and work our way forwards from that point.
The team used a variety of remote sensing methods. Geophysics specialist Helen Goodchild uses magnetometry and earth resistance in selected areas to sample the ground conditions. It's never been attempted here before, so no one has any idea if it will reveal archaeology from the battle in 1815 or the entire time frame of the site's occupation. This area was an ornamental garden. Surviving accounts describe the area at the end of the battle, littered with the bodies of dead soldiers. It's possible traces of the original features might remain. The team also use another technique, one that helps encompass wide areas of the large site quickly. With so much development going on, there's no knowing what might change by the time they're able to return. They need to capture large amounts of data quickly.
Photogrammetry is an important tool because it uses, for example, a series of images you can glue together to produce something like a 3D image. So, for example, we wanted to record parts of the farm buildings. We wanted to record the gardens and the walls around the gardens.
One question regarding Hougoumont story is what happened to the hundreds of dead known to have been left here after the fighting. Yet there are clues. After the battle, many artists travelled to Waterloo, some within a few weeks or even days. Some of them sketched the area around Hougoumont, and so these might be a useful source of information for archaeology.
Old prints and images are a fantastic and useful source of information, especially when it relates to human remains and bodies. We can see people burying the bodies after the battle.
Sketches and prints show disposal of the dead outside Hougoumont gates. At the south gate, a burial pit perhaps. At the north gate, possible evidence that bodies were cremated. The team tried ground-penetrating radar over the south gate area in the hope of detecting traces of a pit. The problem is there's so much overburden that it's difficult for the radar to see through. But the north gate area hasn't been built over. Various prints show ashes and human remains in an area outside the gate and near the mouth of the Hollow Way, a sunken track used as a supply route to Hougoumont during the battle, still just visible.
What we're looking for is any trace of burning that would have taken place on site. It's really difficult to get rid of, to burn human remains completely. And so there's almost certainly going to be some evidence in the landscape somewhere of those burnt human remains.
After just a day's surveying here, the mag is showing results.
Basically, because we've got these extremes of the dark and the light, that's showing that it's really, really magnetic here. Whether that's some sort of ditch that's been filled with material that's either decomposing or reacting in some chemical way to make it more magnetic.
The data from the first ever survey of its kind at Hougoumont is encouraging. The geophysics show traces of the ornamental garden, unseen for at least a century, perhaps more. The photogrammetry has captured a high-resolution digital snapshot of Hougoumont partway through the restoration, covering the garden and buildings, and the entire perimeter of the wall held by Wellington's troops, all before traces of the battle are removed forever by building work. It's the North Gate data that's most compelling. Areas that could be organic deposits, tree boles perhaps, or areas where something has been burned.
One thing that's evident from this survey is that just outside the North Gate there's been an extensive amount of burning. We don't know when this burning dates to. It could relate to the few days after the battle, when in and around some of these areas there were huge numbers of people that were burnt in large pits. Overall, I was really happy with the initial results, but of course they were very limited. We needed to get back out there and get some really good results over a much larger area.
After seeing the initial geophysics results in June 2014, Project Hougoumont UK commissioned further work to widen the survey. But it's winter by the time the permissions are in place, the survey team are available, and the work can go ahead. From the moment Tim arrives, he sees there have been huge changes. Spurred on by the June 2015 deadline, hardly any part of the site has escaped some form of renovation work, including some of the areas covered by the initial survey the previous spring. At least the photogrammetry captured some details before they changed.
When I returned, it was slightly disappointing to be able to see extensive digging over the whole of the site. There were trenches going in for pipes, there were big holes in the ground for septic tanks and sewerage systems, and also the buildings have been rendered and painted.
The survey has been carried out for Project Hougoumont UK, but it's seen as a commercial venture by the Belgian authorities, and therefore permission to dig isn't granted. At the North Gate, the very site Tim wants to investigate the possible cremation area but isn't allowed to, developers aren't bound by the same restrictions as archaeologists.
It's quite frustrating in that there's huge amounts of ground disturbance that's been undertaken, including very large pits that have been dug for soakaways and drains, and they don't need any permissions to disturb the ground. So they can dig what they want without recording anything, and that's the nature of building. But unfortunately, we're not allowed to come in and record this as it is, or disturb any ground. Which seems a bit strange really, because we're hopefully digging to record and preserve and protect. And all the topsoil that was here, that's probably never really been disturbed in the last 200 years or so, anything that was fought over and dropped on this ground has now been disturbed, and it's been moved around. Some of it's been put back roughly where it was, but some of it's just been moved around, and some of it, because they've actually excavated large holes and then put something back into the holes, such as the soakaways, they've got too much soil, so they have to take that soil away somewhere else. Now that soil and the material it contained is now somewhere else. Now what it contained we'll never ever know, because it's gone.
Nevertheless, the team press on. The idea is to extend the survey around the grounds and buildings. To cover a wider area, they've brought new equipment to trial for the first time in the field. It's a specially built vehicle for the magnetometer array, fully non-ferrous so as not to affect the signal. But even this is heavy going after a few hours in torrential rain, just like the weather soldiers on both sides had to endure the night before the battle. Surveyor Graham Atwood's ancestor was here and survived.
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting to be doing a survey over an area where, my ancestor fought in the battle, in the reserves initially, and then in the sort of final advance. Just to see the landscapes that he'd have seen and experienced during those sort of momentous few days. Yes, that's really interesting.
Dominic Bosquet and Didier Willems are two of the archaeological officers for the Waterloo area. Inside Hougomont's courtyard, Didier is recording the footprint of the destroyed chateau, revealed where the surface cobbles have been removed for levelling.
In the context of Hougoumont restoration, we have to follow the different excavations. And especially here in the center of the site, in fact in the place of the old main house of Hougoumont.
Despite the disruption caused by developers at the North Gate, Tim's not giving up. He and Dominic Bosquet look at soil samples from across the area. The samples reveal a widespread layer of burnt material. This could be from general waste disposal on the farm, but it seems likely that it's also the remnants of what went on after the battle. Burnt timbers from the chateau and buildings, and possibly the disposal of the dead.
We need to go one meter deep and maybe more.
Despite the difficult conditions, the surveys revealed more detail about the site. Tim has been able to verify field boundaries, and from them which historic maps are accurate. He's also found trackways through the now vanished wood of Hougoumont, and another across the entire site, perhaps earlier than the farm itself. There are also more heavily magnetic anomalies that could indicate other areas of burning. One characteristic dominates the data. All areas show a dense covering of ferrous metal, fragments of iron and steel, a reminder of what happened in these fields 200 years ago. It's not only Hougoumont that's seen extensive building work in the run-up to 2015. Massive redevelopment elsewhere on the battlefield has brought huge amounts of earth moving. Yet even so, hardly any archaeology relating to the battle has been found. Just one skeleton, buried alone, not in a mass grave of the kind Tim's been looking for. Dominic Bosquet oversaw the excavation.
They moved the car park for the bicentenary. They put it along the highway, and we've done test trenches on 10% of the total surface of the parking, and we found a body in one of the trenches. We opened 130 trenches, 2 meters wide, 10 meters long, and we found, well, I was very surprised to find only one.
And that was the one with the bullet in his chest?
Yeah.
The round shot in
That's
his chest?
the one, yes,
yeah.
yes.
The skeleton has been identified as probably that of an Allied Hanoverian soldier, probably an infantryman. As Wellington famously put it, the only thing worse than a battle lost was a battle won. And for the British and Allied victors at Waterloo, it was a new experience to find themselves still present among the carnage of their victory. At this time, a victorious army usually moved off in pursuit of its defeated enemy. Only rarely did it remain where it had fought. After Waterloo, the pursuit of the broken Grande Armée was left to the vengeful Prussians. Many survivors wrote about their experiences after the battle. Most, even veterans, had never seen a battle so intense, nor with so many casualties. One was Captain Mercer of the British Royal Horse Artillery. Author Paul O'Keefe has researched extensively this period after the fighting, the moment many historians turn the page and move on to later events. For many thousands of men on the evening of June the 18th, 1815, the story of the battle now became one of shock, bewilderment, fear, and agony. Mercer's battery of guns, G Troop, spent the climactic hours of the battle on the lip of the British and Allied ridge. From here they fired at the French cavalry attacking them up the hill, often at point-blank range. By evening, they were exhausted.
At the end of the battle, G Troop was in an appalling tangle. The guns had been recoiled, pushed forward, fired, recoiled, pushed forward, fired, until his men did not have the strength to push forward the guns again. And that was when the battle finished. And just over there, in front of Mercer's now immobilised guns, was a pile of corpses. It could be seen from Napoleon's lines on the other side of the valley. Mercer's guns had practically altered the topography of the field. At midnight, when the exhausted Mercer woke up, he looked out over a moonlit landscape of carnage. It was rendered almost perversely beautiful by the silvered moonlight. He described a landscape of slaughter, and here and there, all over the battlefield, pencils of light reflecting from the moon's beams from cap badges, cuirasses, discarded weapons. So the entire scene of slaughter in the darkness glistened and twinkled in the moonlight. And here and there he could see men struggling to bind up their wounds, occasionally trying to get up and then falling exhausted back to bleed to death. And what made the scene even more eerie was that for Mercer, it was entirely silent. His eardrums had been hammered to deafness by 10 solid hours of artillery fire. So although he could see everything, the spectacle was of total silence. Because it's a university, it was built in red brick for the very first time. Have you seen the gallery here, though?
Mercer's memoir contains a record of perhaps one of the first burials, among the guns of his battery on the ridge.
He left an account of waking up on the morning after the battle, and the first person to come to him is one of his men, and he says, "Permission to bury Driver Crammond, sir." And Mercer says, "Well, why Driver Crammond specifically?" And the reply is, "Because he looks so frightful, sir. The men have not had a wink of sleep for him." And Driver Crammond had been hit by a round shot which had taken away most of his head, but left his face still attached to the ragged remains of his neck. And the eyes of Driver Crammond had so spooked Mercer's men that they'd been unable to sleep all night. Mercer's crew just couldn't sleep for the sight of this absolutely appalling sight. And it's almost as if in microcosm that stands for all the other ghastly sights of the battle.
All across the battlefield that morning, the survivors took in the scale of the previous day's slaughter.
Veterans were saying they had never seen anything like this battlefield. The Battle of Leipzig was a much, much bigger battle, but it was fought over an area of about 20 miles over 3 days.
So we're talking about something that's really condensed.
Congested slaughter. This is the actual field of battle. The action took place over 5 square miles.
Which is very small, really.
Very, very small. 5 square miles and upwards of 53,000 dead and wounded at the end of it all.
Through his work on medieval sites, Tim has identified an archaeological sequence as battlefields were steadily cleared and the dead buried. Could this model be similar to what happened in the aftermath of Waterloo?
One thing we seem to have in a medieval context is that we have the battle,
And then there is almost an obligation for the king or the leader of the victorious army to hold the field for at least one night, a couple of days or whatever. Presumably that's so that the arms can be picked up, their own wounded can be dealt with, and anything valuable can be removed. And then of course that army moves on and the field is left to anybody else that comes along afterwards. And then over the next few days, weeks, months, there is the sort of obligation for somebody, usually somebody religious, to come and clear the battlefield. So they put the dead either in graves or in pits and then bury them.
The burials were undertaken by the peasantry who were conscripted. We have accounts of the peasantry being conscripted by Prussians at bayonet point.
Right.
They had to persuade them to bury the dead.
It was a huge task. The human bodies could at least be moved by carts or barrows, but it wasn't just dead humans that had to be dealt with. The sheer mass of dead horses presented formidable problems.
Remember, obviously, we're talking about hundreds, thousands of horses potentially, and all this has got to go somewhere. Something's got to happen to it because it's not there now.
7,000 horses, apparently.
That's a large number.
About 7,000 horses, dead and maimed. The maimed horses, a great danger to the injured. They tried burying the horses, and if you can imagine a grave pit, you'd need a huge grave pit to bury
7,000 horses?
7,000
You need a
horses.
quarry, basically.
Yeah, you'd need a quarry. There was no quarry. So they started burying the horses. By about day 3 or day 4, they've given up on burying the horses, so they start burning them. Similarly, they were also burying the human dead. Now, what would normally happen, and which happened at Waterloo, was the bodies would be stripped naked, and all the valuables would be taken either by the local peasantry or by the survivors of the battle. A lot of the looters were British soldiers.
Of course, there were people around the periphery of the battlefield almost pillaging as the battle's still taking place, including soldiers and hangers-on.
There's a famous account of when General Picton was shot from his horse. He'd no sooner hit the ground than one of his own men was rifling through his pockets, grabbing his spectacles and his watch.
The burning hot June sun brought another urgency.
It was the logistics of the slaughter that created this urgency. They had to get rid of a vast number of human bodies fast before they exploded in the heat. Within about a week, they realized they weren't burying them fast enough, so they started burning them. For some time, they'd have bonfires of horse corpses and human bonfires. Towards the end, there was no distinction. They'd just throw the human bodies onto the piles of burning horses.
And archaeologically, this is what we're looking for. We're looking for evidence of all these different phases. There must be individual burials, multiple burials, and then part burials, part burning, and then just pits full of burning people and horses.
Yeah.
This is an industrial process of getting rid of thousands of bodies.
Paul has also found accounts relating to the disposal of the dead at Hougoumont, perhaps in the same areas where Tim has been surveying.
So there was an account at Hougoumont of a large number of French dead that were first placed in a burial pit. This burial pit was so congested and so full that it actually overflowed. And then they laid wood on top and set fire to it, which, when you think about it, it's
the wrong way around.
It's the wrong way around. And what you had was the top part of the pile was reduced to ashes, but down below was all this cooked flesh. It would just be like a great earth oven below
And
the
of course,
fire.
it wouldn't do the job properly.
No,
because
of course not.
ideally you want to burn basically the fat of the animals and the people, and then that burns, turns it into a proper cremation.
Horrific though the sights on the battlefield must have been, they didn't prevent the next phase of the aftermath. In fact, in many ways, they encouraged it. La Belle Alliance was an inn on the main Brussels road, Napoleon's command position during the battle. By evening it was clogged with traffic and debris as the survivors tried their best to escape. In the days after the battle, La Belle Alliance became a magnet for another wave of incomers. Tourists.
There was one group, they called themselves the Brentford Lads. They'd come over from London and they'd heard about the stench of the battlefield, so they armed themselves with snuff and they took onto the battlefield on the day they visited from Brussels 2 pints of brandy just to get them round the field. They of course went to La Belle Alliance and they had a meal there. They didn't like the food. They said that the bacon was yellow and rancid, and one of them suspected it had been actually cut off dead bodies. They were very, very thrilled as the harvesters went through the cornfield to find a severed leg looking very fresh still. They also found, sticking out of one of the burial mounds, a decaying hand. And they assumed it was a Frenchman's hand. And they took 2 fingers off and took them back to London, pickled in spirits.
There were others too for whom the presence of dead bodies was an incentive to visit the battlefield. Liverpool's Victoria Gallery and Museum has a collection relating to Waterloo. But its most unique artefacts aren't the usual trappings of battle. Even into the 20th century, dentures were sometimes known as Waterloo teeth. But it wasn't just a nickname. The dentures in this collection are made from real teeth, from the skulls of real soldiers dead in the mud at Waterloo. 1815 wasn't the first time this happened. Through his research, Paul has explored the truth behind this legend.
Teeth had been collected from battlefields for many years before Waterloo. It was said that at Leipzig, when all the Prussian soldiers that were killed there were straight out of military academy, and the French were all raw levies, and they hadn't got old enough to stain their teeth with tobacco. And this was the great harvest of Leipzig. That was 1813.
The rise in interest in medical science in the early 1800s led to a steady demand for cadavers for dissection. But also as sugar became more common, there was an even greater demand for teeth.
These men were body snatchers, resurrection men, come over from England, following the Allied armies, Wellington's armies across the peninsula. There's a story of a man encountered on the borders between Spain and France in 1814, and he said to a surgeon, "Oh sir," he said, "let there just be a battle, and then we shall have no want of teeth. I'll pull them as soon as they're knocked down."
In 1815, the tooth collectors were waiting in the wings for just such a battle.
Immediately after a battle, they would go in and they would just pull teeth. They would collect teeth, take them back to London, sell them to dentists. The dentist would then put these real teeth into plates of ivory, hippopotamus ivory, walrus ivory, elephant ivory. They only took the incisors and the canines. Only the bits of the teeth that showed when you spoke.
Even in the American Civil War in the 1860s, when teeth were still being drawn and used for dentures in England, they were still known as Waterloo teeth. Yet there's hardly any documentary evidence for the practice having happened at Waterloo. Paul has tracked down the only record.
There is only one account, documentary account, of the taking of teeth from the battlefield of Waterloo. And this is an officer who, a couple of days after the battle, was riding past a mass grave. On the side of the mass grave, piles of naked bodies. And all he heard at first was the clink of metal on metal, of a small hammer on a small chisel. And he noticed a group of what he described in the casual anti-Semitism of the time as a group of Russian Jews chiseling out the front teeth of the bodies before they were thrown into the grave. All he heard was the clink, clink, clink of hammer on little chisel.
June 2015, and a lot has happened since Tim was last here. The restoration was completed in time for the 200th anniversary.
Paul.
Tim.
Nice to see you again.
So far, none of the archaeological surveys has revealed the exact locations of cremation or grave areas around Hougoumont. But could some of Paul's documentary research help?
Over the last couple of years, what we've been doing is been looking at the archaeological evidence of where the potential burials were. We know that potentially there were some near the North Gate and there were some outside the South Gate. All the evidence is not conclusive, and so what I was wondering is there any historical evidence that you've been looking at that will take us further, the next step on?
Well, there are quite a lot of accounts of tourists visiting Hougoumont, but there are two I can think of that actually talk about the graves and the burning of the bodies in Hougoumont, and they possibly give us a clue as to whereabouts in the Hougoumont estate this happened.
So this is tangible evidence that they're looking at that time.
Yes.
Do we have any clue about where these pits were or where this evidence was?
While Hougomont's chapel is virtually unchanged since 1815, the adjoining chateau burned to the ground, leaving the courtyard open as it is today. Beyond, on the north side of the enclosure, there were outbuildings which were badly damaged during the battle. So much so that they were pulled down in the weeks or months afterwards. Retracing the Reverend Rudge's steps, Tim and Paul try to recreate what he saw.
One source is a Reverend Mr. Rudge who visited the field of Waterloo a few days after the battle.
Right.
Okay. He visited Hougoumont, and he says in one of the outbuildings, of which the roof and wall were nearly destroyed, was a large room in which the bodies of some hundreds had been burnt. And he says that their ashes yet smoked. And I am sure I speak without exaggeration when I say that the ashes of the dead were in this place 3 feet deep. So there's 3 feet of ash in a large room in this ruined outbuilding.
Semi-demolished building.
Yes.
Yeah. We know that the outbuildings that were destroyed was the main barn and those two buildings along the eastern wall of the chateau. Now, obviously, the main barn has been renovated, as we can see it now. It's all back to normal, and as far as we know, they never found any human remains in the footings of those.
Right. Okay. Well, the second source is from Robert Southey's journal. He arrived at Hougoumont from La Belle Alliance with his party, one of whom was a Mr. Nash, an artist. Mr. Nash made a first sketch just to the left of the gate and he made a sketch of the chapel.
Yes.
His second sketch was probably from about where we're standing now.
Okay.
And he made a second sketch from the door of the chapel,
okay,
comprising the interior of the ruins. So presumably the interior of the ruins is what we're this empty space we're looking at.
We've got the chateau in front of us and
Yes.
we've got the ruined buildings of the whole farm in front of us now. That suggests that this is actually inside the courtyard.
Yeah.
Now, everybody else has been looking outside the courtyard, and this is a significant historical document. The way we look at it now, we've got our back to the chapel. If we look down, there's only one way to look, basically, through the ruins of the chateau itself and down onto the ruins of the barns, in which case that suggests that somewhere in that corner is where they've been burning the dead and potentially burying them. And of course, that's where there is nothing now.
No.
There is just a blank open courtyard.
Could this explain why the outbuildings were never rebuilt? For years afterwards, it may have been remembered as an area where bodies were burned. Perhaps even why, decades later, trees were planted here, inside the courtyard.
Now we end up with a completely different interpretation to that which we started out with. After 18 months, 2 years of quite thorough archaeological investigation, we've now got somewhere significantly interesting that potentially I'm standing on the site of where they might have burnt the bodies. And in terms of where we started off, I think this is fantastic because it's got us somewhere, and it does look now as if this is the place where some of the bodies were burnt within this derelict building just after the Battle of Waterloo.
The only way to tell for sure will be through archaeology.
I think the interesting thing about archaeology is that you have to apply the process, and it leads you hopefully to new ground, and it might not be me that gets to dig it, which can be quite frustrating, but that's what archaeology is all about. It might not be us that does the final bit of the work.
Wellington regarded the holding of Hougoumont as the single most important act in winning the Battle of Waterloo. The victory brought about the end of Napoleon and almost 25 years of constant war. The remains of the men killed during this act possibly still lie within a few yards of where they died.